Can you hear that music?
I can't hear music, no.
Oh, dang.
Your breathing sounds kind of heavy on the mic. I don't know if you're too close to the mic or you're just not feeling that.
Okay. Well, let me then take that. Let me take that off, and let's go with our live pictures here. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. To those of you on my side of the planet, and good afternoon to everybody else. How are you feeling? We have former federal prosecutor Renato Mariotti here. Renato, thank you for joining us today.
Happy to be here. Good to talk with you today.
I don't know if you're aware. I'm not on the East Coast. I'm on the far west. I'm in New Zealand. Yeah, New Zealand.
Wow. So you must be exhausted.
Yeah. It's like it's 4:30 here. The sun isn't even up. I was going to attempt to maintain NPR public radio tone because our hosts upstairs, my wife and I are staying at her aunt's place here, and she's been very kind to let us crash here, but they're asleep.
Sure. Only a great person to be up at 4:30 in the morning, and I've met that person. Guilty as charged. I am excited and crazy about these hearings. The last time I saw you, we had a barn burner of a day 6 hearing, and let me just get that up here. We had this young lady, Cassidy Hutchinson, testify, and since then she's had to go into hiding. Yeah, have you heard that? I had not heard that, but I will tell you, it wouldn't surprise me. I am an unimportant commentator, not an important witness, and I get lots of hate from supporters and so forth, and I can only imagine what she's receiving from your crowd right now.
Now, is it common? Is it common when you have witnesses testify to have to sequester those witnesses or put them in like a special kind of hiding thing because of who they're testifying against? Is that common?
It is, not usually in this context. In other words, I've had that happen many times, and that was usually like in a drug case, if somebody was testifying against a cartel leader, or a gang case where somebody is testifying against a leader in a gang. They would be, sometimes protected. And we did have, when I was a federal prosecutor in my office, we did have a witness who was murdered. So it does. Oh, happen.
My goodness.
Yeah, it does happen. No, it's a serious matter, and so. Yes, it's done, but not usually in the context of the public opinion in a political case. I was a federal prosecutor in Chicago. We had a lot of political cases, a lot of corruption cases against a lot of crooked politicians. Those usually weren't the issue. It was, like I said, it was more of mob cases, drug cases, things like that.
The word unprecedented gets thrown around quite a bit, especially surrounding not just January 6th, but as regarding Donald Trump in general. A lot of the things he did were unprecedented, and I guess this trial, this trial itself is kind of unprecedented. But some of the things we heard from Cassidy Hutchinson, I guess, is there any other word to use but unprecedented? Like, the dude was, according to her, throwing plates full of ketchup against the wall in the White House. I mean, I'm sure somebody, in the past has had a temper tantrum, but the imagery, of a president throwing, his plate of McDonald's, God damn you people, he just threw it against the wall. But even more unnerving, I guess, is the thing about him trying to grab the steering wheel and then trying to choke out a Secret Service. How exposed is Donald Trump from Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony? Is there any legal jeopardy for him just from her say so? Because a lot of people were calling it hearsay. What's the deal on hearsay?
Okay, wow, a bunch of questions back in there. So, all right, let's start in the first thing about his jeopardy. Okay, no one witness. It's rare. It's very rare for a single witness to make the case against them. Okay, so there's very few, because crimes are complicated, right? And so it's rare that no matter the crime, whether it's a bank robbery or any kind of case, like a more complicated case like this one, you're not going to just have a single witness. But I do think her testimony actually moved the needle very significantly. I think if you remember from our last conversation, before her testimony, I was like, I'm not really sure there's going to be enough to charge Trump. And then afterwards, when I talked afterwards, I was like, wow, this was so important. After we heard some of her testimony, this really did move the needle for me. And so I do think it did. And I'm not the only one who thought that. The New York Times came out with a report yesterday, and I did a Twitter thread on it talking about it, because basically what it said is her testimony surprised the Justice Department. They did not, were not expecting what she said, and that got them talking for the first time, which I was a little surprised by, but for the first time about potential liability for Trump. So I do think that it was significant, and really the most significant part of her testimony is something you didn't mention, but it was when she talked about how the Secret Service did not want the crowd to be let into the area where Trump was speaking because they had weapons. And he said, don't worry, let him in, turn off the mag, or let him pass the mags. They don't want to hurt me. They're going to march to the Capitol. The implication being, of course, they're going to do something dangerous to the Capitol. And he wasn't concerned about that. And so it really, I think, casts a different light on his statements to the crowd that they're going to go to the Capitol. And of course, by the way, he did say he'll be there with them. And now what happened in the car that you mentioned, I mean, how that adds to the story, right, is that it suggests, in fact, Trump did want to be with them, that Trump did approve of what they were doing. I mean, the important thing there is that Trump already knew that they were violently attacking the Capitol. Yeah. And despite the fact that he knew that they were violently attacking the Capitol, what he decided is, I want to be right there on ground zero with them, as opposed to be, kind of like, okay, I'm off in the distance, or I don't approve of that. And that's interesting, because the picture that his team wants to paint is that Trump was in the White House eating hot dogs, to use your term, or whatever he had to ketchup on, or Cheetos or something, while this was going on in the Capitol. These people were off attacking, and he's having his munchies and just watching TV and enjoying it all, just taking it all in. This shows like, no, that guy wanted to be there on the ground as part of the attack. He just couldn't get anyone to drive him to Capitol Hill. So I think that it does, I think, shed a different light on things, particularly for an incitement charge. Now, incitement to violence, which is when if you make a speech, you're trying to incite people to attack someone else in very limited circumstances, according to the Supreme Court, it can be a crime. And she actually, I think, moved the ball really far down the road on that. Now, the last part of your question, you said it's a very complicated question. You asked about hearsay, which is a legal thing. So first of all, obviously that was not a legal proceeding. I mean, people try to talk about these things. They're actually political proceedings, right? I mean,
but wait, time out.
Okay.
They do, these witnesses do get sworn in. Now
True.
the okay, so the implication then, when someone is sworn in, that their testimony is as truthful as they possibly can,
True.
uh, under penalty of perjury, right? So,
Correct.
in that regard, there is some kind of legal. I don't know what the
That's right.
penalty is for
You're correct
lying
about that.
to Congress. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. And also, their words could be used against them. So I don't. I'm not suggesting that there's no legal implications of what they say. But here's what I mean. Hearsay is a concept that's very important in the federal rules of evidence. Okay, so if I try cases, as one of the things that I do for a living, and in a trial, the federal rules of evidence govern what testimony comes in and what testimony is out, and what pieces of evidence and exhibits I'm able to introduce, and which ones I can't. So it's very important at a trial whether something fits within the school, within the box of particular rules in the federal rules of evidence. So what I'm trying to say is that this concept hearsay, well, this is hearsay. Hearsay is very important for the purposes of federal evidence in a trial. But in other contexts, you can use hearsay to prove things in like a sentencing hearing or other types of legal proceedings that aren't trials. So I'm just pointing out that in this context, whether it's hearsay or not doesn't really matter, and you take it for the value that you view it from whether it's truthful or not. So would her statements be hearsay or not? Some of her statements were not hearsay, even in a trial, even in a courtroom. So, for example, the statement that she heard from Trump, where he said, "I don't, let them through the mags and they're marching to the Capitol." That's not hearsay because Trump, in a legal proceeding against him, would be what's called the party opponent. He would be the opposite side of the Justice Department. So that could be used against him. Her statement about what happened in the car would be hearsay because she heard that from somebody who was there, and that person was not Trump. It was just some other guy. So that couldn't be used against Trump. They would actually have to find that person who told her and have him come and testify. But regardless of that, you can take it for what it's worth. I think the important point is, and I don't think there's any dispute, Trump wanted to be there. And he wanted to be on Capitol Hill. So I think that's the important takeaway. That's what really matters. And I do think the Justice Department would have enough evidence to prove that.
Okay, well that is a fantastic answer then. So now we know, um, the January 6th committee is basically getting all their ducks in a row and lining things up for the DOJ, presumably to take the ball from them, right? So all of the evidence that they are using, that they are building in these hearings, um, can now be used, right, by Merrick Garland for in the next phase of these proceedings.
That's right. Now, I will say, Brooklyn, that's not always how it goes. I mean, you could imagine the world in which the Justice Department was out ahead of Congress, and Congress was just sort of, following along. Like that's what happened in the Mueller investigation, right? During the Mueller
Hmm.
investigation, Mueller and his team were out there doing stuff, and you'd have these hearings that Adam Schiff would have, but they were kind of like running behind or parallel to the Justice Department. Here, it really seems like the committee's out ahead of the Justice Department. And I think that has some real pluses and minuses. On the plus side, we, the public, get to learn a lot more about what's going on. When there is a grand jury subpoena and somebody testifies or provides information in that context, the results of that cannot be shared with the public at all. All those criminal investigations occur in secret. That's just how they work and have always worked in this country. So in this context, we can learn, you and I can sit here and watch all the evidence and come to our own conclusions and have our, really American discussion about it in a way that we couldn't if it was happening in secret. What would happen if you remember during the Mueller investigation? There'd be these news reports. Well, like Cassidy Hutchinson shuffled into came out of a car and went in here, and we think she must have testified today. And unnamed sources suggest that she may have said something about this or that, but that's all you knew with these sort of unnamed sources and secondhand information. Whereas here we get to see it all for ourselves. So I think that's an advantage. The disadvantage is I think it means any criminal action will take longer, it'll come later. And I also think there's an element to which now the defendants, whoever they would end up being, let's say a John Eastman or a Jeffrey Clark, whoever, they know what the
Right.
evidence is on the other side, and they'll be able to have a crack at trying to cross-examine those witnesses later with full knowledge of the.
Now let's fast forward to today's proceedings, day 7. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, one of the things that they are going to attempt to do today is draw a line from Trump's social media, specifically one of his tweets where he writes here. Peter Navarro releases 36-page report alleging election fraud, more than sufficient to swing victory to Trump. A great report by Peter. Statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election. Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. So, what is Donald Trump's legal exposure on this tweet? Is this tweet like a smoking gun for him? Because essentially, you could draw a line. In my opinion, I'm not a legal expert. That's why you're here. You're the
Sure.
legal expert. Um, they're trying to say, hey, he incited this riot. He incited this attack on January 6th. This is the smoking gun. Is it a smoking gun?
I don't think it's a smoking gun. I think it's an interesting piece of evidence. So before we heard from Cassidy Hutchinson, this is the sort of thing we have, right? Okay, Trump's tweeting out these tweets that are vague. I mean, I think the defense side, I'll just say this as somebody who's tried a lot of criminal cases, and I've tried them for the government for a long time, almost a decade, as a federal prosecutor, and then on the defense side, I've tried and I've beaten the Justice Department. My last trial was a criminal trial was a victory against the Justice Department. That what the defense is going to say is, okay, so he's saying, hey, this is going to be wild. The fact that something's wild, you're saying, oh, hey, come to this great event, it's going to be wild. Does that mean that you're inciting someone to commit violence? Or does that mean it's going to be a super awesome, it's going to be crazy? It's not clear. And I think that was deliberately the case. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that tweet was sent by the social media guy for Trump, as opposed to sent by Trump himself. I mean, I think a lot of what Trump did is he always had these winks and nods, right? Like, stand back and stand by. Like, what does that mean? What does it even mean? Like, I don't know what that
Right.
means. It sounds a little weird. Like, why are you telling the white nationalists to stand by? You're not telling them to attack anybody. You're saying stand by. Like, what does that mean, right? It's a little weird. So I think he would kind of always do these winks and nods, and I think that was his MO. Say kind of vague stuff. And what the Hutchinson testimony did is to sort of took the curtain behind that. So now what I think the thing for the committee to see is if you really want to connect Trump to what the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, all these violent mob, insurrectionists were doing, where is the command and control and the connection showing that they were actually coordinated, directed, organized by Trump's lieutenants or people like that? That's what I think they really would want to show if you really want to have that connection. Otherwise, to me, the kind of charge you're looking at is something like an incitement charge, where it's like we all, this guy was out whipping people up, and saying like, let's march to the Capitol together, and then they marched on it and attacked them. Well, that doesn't the fact that he's telling them, hey, let's go to the Capitol, not sinister. He's the president, and we're going to protest at the Capitol until you realize he knew they all had weapons, and they ended up going and attacking everybody. That really puts a new light on it. I don't know if that's helpful, but that hopefully gives you a little bit of context to how I'm looking.
Well, I don't know about helpful. I mean, I hear your answer. Your answer sounds like you know what you're talking about, but I'm just
Yeah.
concerned that I'm just concerned that it sounds like you're saying that Trump's kind of vague mob code kind of shields him, right? Because he didn't specifically say like a mob guy wants somebody taken out. he's not going to say, "Hey, I want you to put 3 bullets in this guy's head." He'd say, "Hey, did you take out that garbage today?
But let me say, Brooklyn Dad. Let me
Did you
if
did
somebody
you
actually
wash
if
did you
somebody's
wash the dishes?"
investigated, yeah, well, somebody's investigated hardcore criminals and investigated white collar guys and stuff like that as well. I'll just push back on you a little bit. Why do you think that mob bosses or drug cartels speak in code? I mean, they're doing it purposely to try to disguise their activity. They don't want, I mean, there is a reason for being vague. There's a reason they don't write things down. You know, there are some political figures in my home state of Illinois that are famously never used email, never used anything in writing, always was verbal. Why do you think that is? I mean, Trump's like that too, doesn't email, doesn't write, always doesn't, you know, is very careful about what he says in writing. Why is that? Well, potentially to protect himself, and it does. There is an element to which it's an obstacle for prosecutors when the person you're investigating doesn't write things down, speaks in vague language, because you need somebody kind of on the inside to interpret what this means. I mean, I do think it's possible that you could have somebody who's an inside person, and I think we will hear today, by the way, from somebody from, I think, the Oath Keepers is one of their witnesses, is my recollection. If you hear
Yep.
from somebody on that side who said, we knew exactly what Trump was saying, and we were told by, let's say, I'm just it's all hypothetical, I don't know, but let's just say Rudy Giuliani told us Trump's going to say we'll be wild, and that's your signal, and you're supposed to do ABC when Trump says this or when Trump says that. Trump's going to come here, and you should know that when Trump says this in his speech, he's telling you, you'll hear it. You know, that's different because then you have an insider explaining what he meant and what was understood. But that's often what happens in those cases. It's rare that you have a case. It does happen where you have like a wiretap, and all you have is drug boss or mob boss saying, you know, some vague coded language, and then there's a murder, and you're like, you know, there you go, we've got it, X and Y, we prove beyond a reasonable doubt this guy was behind it based purely on these vague words. You need something more, and so I think the question is, where's the beef? To use an old, I think we both have gray in our beard. See what I'm referring to for an old commercial, but where's the hard evidence in that matter to connect him there? It doesn't mean he doesn't have liability. I just explained previously a different way he may have liability for incite. That's separate. That's just his words and his own words and what he did to incite those people to violence. But in terms of like the planning and coordination behind the attack, you need solid evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt in court to 12 random people who all have to agree that the guy is guilty in order for there to be a guilt.
Now, this guy here, Ron Cipollone, this guy, I believe we are expecting to see some of his testimony, some of the 7 hours of testimony he provided the other day. How scared should Donald Trump be that this guy spent 7 hours with the January 6th committee?
You know, I'll tell you, only Trump would know, and he was on Truth Social or whatever the Trump version of Twitter was. You know,
Yeah.
the exiled version of Twitter for him, and he was all pissed off at Cipollone and was attacking him, right? So Cipollone, right? So I think
Hmm.
that I do think that, you know, he's clearly concerned about it, which is, I think, very interesting. Here's another interesting thing, Brooklyn Dad. Cipollone, to the end, at least based on what some of the members of Congress were saying, still tried to uphold executive privilege. He didn't answer all of their questions, but he answered a lot of them because he did answer things in categories like his conversations with members of Congress, people like Jim Jordan or people who are his Ted Cruz, some of those people. Also, his conversations with Eastman and Clark, all those crooked lawyers around Trump who are trying to overturn the election. And then also, I think he was going to give his recollection of what happened on January 6th, which, you know, based on these accounts from other people, basically Cipollone was the one saying, this is all against the law. Don't do it, right? We're going to get in a lot of trouble. Like, stay away from this. I mean, he seemed to me to be acting like a smart lawyer that day, right? It was basically,
Yeah.
As a lawyer, I'm often telling my clients, no, 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 don't do that. Bad idea. I see a problem here. And that, I think that's what he was doing on January 6th. So he could be very valuable.
Now, on the topic of executive privilege, I think it's bogus, and this guy here, uh, Steve Bannon, was also claiming executive privilege. Now, one thing I want to I want to get to, because we've got about 5 minutes left before these hearings kick off, but I do want to cover this angle with Steve Bannon. A lot of folks, myself included, were concerned that he has been given permission to ignore his so-called executive privilege, permission from Trump to spill his beans. I don't trust that at all. Why? He wants to testify, but only in public. Does he even have the right to set the terms of whether or not he will testify publicly or in private first? What's your take on that?
First of all, no, he does not have that right. Okay, so that's the first thing. And second of all, executive privilege was something that Bannon never had because he didn't even work in the government. So just so everyone understands what executive privilege is, it's not like written in the Constitution or something, but it's an old principle that we have that essentially the president, when he's talking to his top advisors and getting counsel from them, he can't, like Congress and others can't force those advisors to divulge their internal conversations. The idea being is that you want the president to be able to get candid. Okay. Well, Pat Cipollone is an example of somebody who has like legitimate executive privilege issues. I don't even know if there's executive privilege there, but like it's plausible that that guy has executive privilege over certain conversations. So what he did was the appropriate way to handle that. Okay, I'll sit there for 8 hours and listen, answer all your questions. And if one of them happens to be about a conversation I think might be privileged, I'll decline on that one question, but I'll answer the other 99 questions you have. That's what
Mm,
Cipollone did. That I think is an appropriate way of handling a situation where you think there might be privilege. What Bannon did was basically give a middle finger to the committee and said, "No, screw you guys. Screw you guys. I'm just taking your subpoena and going home." Well, he that's why he got charged. And what happened is his trial's in 6 days, so on next
yeah.
Monday. So that guy, this is just a stunt at the last minute. Like, no, now that the trial's coming around, I realize I have nothing to say to the jury in my defense. So my new story is going to be: I was planning to cooperate all along. Trump fooled me into thinking I had executive privilege. Now that I know I don't, I'm ready to cooperate. It wasn't a BS. And I think the judge saw through that and isn't even letting him bring that up.
So is Bannon screwed?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, now screwed in the sense that I mean he's criminally charged. He's got trial in 6 days. His own lawyer tells the judge, "We don't even have any defense." I'll tell you, I've been a criminal defense attorney for some time. I've never told a judge that my client has no defense. It may be accurate, but I would never say that. And then, so he's in trouble. Now, it's not like the crime of the century. Contempt of Congress is a maximum 1 year in prison. But I think he's facing 2 counts. So he could spend a couple of years in prison. I'm sure the judge will give him some prison time. And
Good.
that's a problem. I'm sure Steve Bannon doesn't want to spend the night in federal prison, eat federal prison food, and whatever he'd be doing there. Watching the black and white television that they got. So I'm sure he's not happy about that potential outcome. So it looks very increasingly probable.
Is it possible they can increase the his legal jeopardy from it being only 1 year per offense to like 2 years? Is 1 year the limit for
Yeah.
that contempt charge?
Yeah, it is. Contempt of Congress is a misdemeanor, and misdemeanors have a maximum of 1 year in prison. So it's still, I will tell you, people in my Twitter feed will be like, "Oh, you should go to prison for the rest of his life," or something. Well, I will tell you, that's how they are, and I understand that maybe to a layperson they'll feel that way, although they might feel differently when people are like lock up Hillary for the rest of her life or whatever. I think that this
Mm,
it's a misdemeanor, and it's not the offense of the century not complying with the subpoena, but it's a serious matter. And I will say my clients, most of them would do a lot to avoid spending even a night or two in federal prison, much less, let's say he gets 6 months, 9 months, a year, something. That's a serious matter. And so, particularly for someone like Bannon, I mean, that's a humbling experience, and I do think it matters. And I think that's why he's going through all these shenanigans to try to muck up the works. Gross purpose.
Do you think Bannon would try to stick it out? Like what's your instinct tell you? What kind of witness is Bannon? Is he a fish? Will he just flop?
I think Bannon is like a complete, jackass. I mean, he's just a guy who's gonna give his middle finger to the process as much as possible. So maybe he'll have a change of heart. He'll start crying when his butt is on the line. But my gut is that he basically just continues to give a middle finger and uses it as a promotional. He's like, yeah, I'm going to prison. I'm a political prisoner. I'm a political prisoner, right? I mean, I think Tucker Carlson said the other night that these people were being imprisoned because they were unwilling to, pledge allegiance to China or something, some nonsense about the Chinese government.
Yeah.
They're going to try to twist it into something.
Okay. What are your expectations from today? Do you think today pushes the ball forward? Do we stay in the same place?
Yeah, I do
Your
think we
your
moved the
final
ball.
thoughts, because they're coming in now. Yeah.
Yeah, I do think this is going to move the ball forward. One thing I will say is, I think it's fair to say that this committee has surprised us, and so I expect more surprises. And today, I think we can't fully anticipate what we're going to hear. I'm interested in hearing where this is going to go, particularly, like you said, the testimony.
Okay, great. Renato, thank you so much. It looks like they're getting ready to start. I would love to. We'll see you on the other side of this once we get our first break today. I don't know how long these proceedings will go. I hope you're with us for the long run.
All right, I'll be there for the break. See you soon.
Hey, all right, great. Thank you. And guys, here it is. It has begun.
The most basic way to explain the importance of elections in the United States. There's a phrase that always comes to mind. It may sound straightforward, but it's meaningful. We settle our differences at the ballot box. Sometimes my choice prevails, sometimes yours does, but it's that simple. We cast our votes, we count the votes. If something seems off with the results, we can challenge them in court, and then we accept the results. When you're on the losing side, that doesn't mean you have to be happy about it. And in the United States, there's plenty you can do and say so. You can protest, you can organize, you can get ready for the next election to try to make sure your side has a better chance the next time the people settle their differences at the ballot box. But you can't turn violent. You can't try to achieve your desired outcome through force or harassment or intimidation. Any real leader who sees their supporters going down that path, approaching that line, has a responsibility to say, stop. We gave it our best. We came up short. We try again next time, because we settled our differences at the ballot box. On December 14th, 2020, the presidential election was officially over. The Electoral College had cast its vote. Joe Biden was the president-elect of the United States. By that point, many of Donald Trump's supporters were already convinced that the election had been stolen, because that's what Donald Trump had been telling them. So what Donald Trump was required to do in that moment, what would have been required of any American leader, was to say, we did our best and we came up short. He went the opposite way. He seized on the anger he had already stoked among his most loyal supporters, and as they approached the line, he didn't wave them off, he urged them on. Today, the committee will explain how, as a part of his last-ditch effort to overturn the election and block the transfer of power, Donald Trump summoned a mob to Washington, D.C., and ultimately spurred that mob to wage a violent attack on our democracy. Our colleagues, Ms. Murphy of Florida and Mr. Raskin of Maryland, will lay out this story. First, I'm pleased to recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening comments she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our committee did not conduct a hearing last week, but we did conduct an on-the-record interview of President Trump's former White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. If you have watched these hearings, you've heard us call for Mr. Cipollone to come forward to testify. He did, and Mr. Cipollone's testimony met our expectations. We will save for our next hearing President Trump's behavior during the violence of January 6th. Today's hearing will take us from December 14th, 2020, when the Electoral College met and certified the results of the 2020 presidential election, up through the morning of January 6th. You will see certain segments of Pat Cipollone's testimony today. We will also see today how President Trump summoned a mob to Washington and how the president's stolen election lies provoked that mob to attack the Capitol. And we will hear from a man who was induced by President Trump's lies to come to Washington and join the mob, and how that decision has changed his life. Today's hearing is our 7th. We have covered significant ground over the past several weeks, and we have also seen a change in how witnesses and lawyers in the Trump orbit approach this committee. Initially, their strategy in some cases appeared to be to deny and delay. Today, there appears to be a general recognition that the committee has established key facts, including that virtually everyone close to President Trump, his Justice Department officials, his White House advisors, his White House counsel, his campaign, all told him the 2020 election was not stolen. This appears to have changed the strategy for defending Donald Trump. Now the argument seems to be that President Trump was manipulated by others outside the administration, that he was persuaded to ignore his closest advisors, and that he was incapable of telling right from wrong. This new strategy is to try to blame only John Eastman or Sidney Powell or Congressman Scott Perry or others, and not President Trump. In this version, the president was, quote, poorly served by these outside advisors. The strategy is to blame people his advisors called, quote, the crazies for what Donald Trump did. This, of course, is nonsense. President Trump is a 76-year-old man. He is not an impressionable child. Just like everyone else in our country, he is responsible for his own actions and his own choices. As our investigation has shown, Donald Trump had access to more detailed and specific information showing that the election was not actually stolen than almost any other American. And he was told this over and over again. No rational or sane man in his position could disregard that information and reach the opposite conclusion. And Donald Trump cannot escape responsibility by being willfully blind. Nor can any argument of any kind excuse President Trump's behavior during the violent attack on January 6th. As you watch our hearing today, I would urge you to keep your eye on two specific points. First, you will see evidence that Trump's legal team, led by Rudy Giuliani, knew that they lacked actual evidence of widespread fraud sufficient to prove that the election was actually stolen. They knew it, but they went ahead with January 6th anyway. And second, consider how millions of Americans were persuaded to believe what Donald Trump's closest advisors in his administration did not. These Americans did not have access to the truth like Donald Trump did. They put their faith and their trust in Donald Trump. They wanted to believe in him. They wanted to fight for their country, and he deceived them. For millions of Americans, that may be painful to accept, but it is true. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for opening statements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that then President Donald Trump lost in a free and fair election. And yet, President Trump insisted that his loss was due to fraud in the election process, rather than to the democratic will of the voters. The president continued to make this claim despite being told again and again by the courts, by the Justice Department, by his campaign officials, and by some of his closest advisors that the evidence did not support this assertion. This was the big lie, and millions of Americans were deceived by it. Too many of our fellow citizens still believe it to this day. It's corrosive to our country and damaging to our democracy. As our committee has shown in prior hearings, following the election, President Trump relentlessly pursued multiple interlocking lines of effort, all with a single goal: to remain in power despite having lost. The lines of effort were aimed at his loyal Vice President, Mike Pence, at state election and elected officials, and at the U.S. Department of Justice. The president pressured the vice president to obstruct the process to certify the election result. He demanded that state officials find him enough votes to overturn the election outcome in that state, and he pressed the Department of Justice to find widespread evidence of fraud. When justice officials told the president that such evidence did not exist, the president urged them to simply declare that the election was corrupt. On December 14th, the Electoral College met to officially confirm that Joe Biden would be the next president. The evidence shows that once this occurred, President Trump and those who were willing to aid and abet him turned their attention to the joint session of Congress scheduled for January 6th, at which the vice president would preside. In their warped view, this ceremonial event was the next, and perhaps the last, inflection point that could be used to reverse the outcome of the election before Mr. Biden's inauguration. As President Trump put it, the vice president and enough members of Congress simply needed to summon the courage to act. To help them find that courage, the president called for backup. Early in the morning of December 19th, the president sent out a tweet urging his followers to travel to Washington, D.C. for January 6th. "Be there, we'll be wild," the president wrote. As my colleague, Mr. Raskin, will describe in detail, this tweet served as a call to action, and in some cases as a call to arms for many of President Trump's most loyal supporters. It's clear the president intended the assembled crowd on the January 6th to serve his goal. And as you've already seen, and as you will see again today, some of those who were coming had specific plans. The president's goal was to stay in power for a second term despite losing the election. The assembled crowd was one of the tools to achieve that goal. And in today's hearing, we will focus on events that took place in the final weeks leading up to January 6th, starting in mid-December. And we'll add color and context to evidence you've already heard about, and we'll also provide additional new evidence. For example, you'll hear about meetings in which the president entertained extreme measures designed to help him stay in power, like the seizure of voting machines. We will show some of the coordination that occurred between the White House and members of Congress as it relates to January 6th. And some of these members of Congress would later seek pardons. We will also examine some of the planning for the January 6th protests, placing special emphasis on one rally planner's concerns about the potential violence. And we will describe some of the president's key actions on the evening of January 5th and the morning of January 6th, including how the president edited and ad-libbed his speech that morning at the Ellipse, directed the crowd to march to the Capitol, and spoke off script in a way that further inflamed an already angry crowd. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. 4 days after the electors met across the country and made Joe Biden the president-elect, Donald Trump was still trying to find a way to hang on to the presidency. On Friday, December 18th, his team of outside advisors paid him a surprise visit in the White House that would quickly become the stuff of legend. The meeting has been called unhinged, not normal, and the craziest meeting of the Trump presidency. The outside lawyers who'd been involved in dozens of failed lawsuits had lots of theories supporting the big lie, but no evidence to support it. As we will see, however, they brought to the White House a draft executive order that they had prepared for President Trump to further his ends. Specifically, they proposed the immediate mass seizure of state election machines by the U.S. military. The meeting ended after midnight with apparent rejection of that idea. In the wee hours of December 19th, dissatisfied with his options, Donald Trump decided to call for a large and wild crowd on Wednesday, January 6th, the day when Congress would meet to certify the electoral votes. Never before in American history had a president called for a crowd to come contest the counting of electoral votes by Congress, or engaged in any effort designed to influence, delay, or obstruct the joint session of Congress in doing its work required by our Constitution and the Electoral Count Act. As we'll see, Donald Trump's 1:42 a.m. tweet electrified and galvanized his supporters, especially the dangerous extremists in the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and other racist and white nationalist groups spoiling for a fight against the government. 3 rings of interwoven attack were now operating towards January 6th. On the inside ring, Trump continued trying to work to overturn the election by getting Mike Pence to abandon his oath of office as vice president and assert the unilateral power to reject electoral votes. This would have been a fundamental and unprecedented breach of the Constitution that would promise Trump multiple ways of staying in office. Meanwhile, in the middle ring, members of domestic violent extremist groups created an alliance, both online and in person, to coordinate a massive effort to storm, invade, and occupy the Capitol. By placing a target on the joint session of Congress, Trump had mobilized these groups around a common goal, emboldening them, strengthening their working relationships, and helping build their numbers. Finally, in the outer ring, on January 6th, there assembled a large and angry crowd, the political force that Trump considered both the touchstone and the measure of his political power. Here were thousands of enraged Trump followers, thoroughly convinced by the big lie, who traveled from across the country to join Trump's wild rally to stop the steal. With the proper incitement by political leaders and the proper instigation from the extremists, many members of this crowd could be led to storm the Capitol, confront the vice president in Congress, and try to overturn the 2020 election result. All of these efforts would converge and explode on January the 6th. Mr. Chairman, as you know better than any other member of this committee from the wrenching struggle for voting rights in your beloved Mississippi, the problem of politicians whipping up mob violence to destroy fair elections is the oldest domestic enemy of constitutional democracy in America. Abraham Lincoln knew it too. In 1837, a racist mob in Alton, Illinois, broke into the offices of an abolitionist newspaper and killed its editor, Elijah Lovejoy. Lincoln wrote a speech in which he said that no transatlantic military giant could ever crush us as a nation, even with all of the fortunes in the world. But if downfall ever comes to America, he said, we ourselves would be its author and finisher. If racist mobs are encouraged by politicians to rampage and terrorize, Lincoln said, they will violate the rights of other citizens and quickly destroy the bonds of social trust necessary for democracy to work. Mobs and demagogues will put us on a path to political tyranny, Lincoln said. As we'll see today, this very old problem has returned with new ferocity today as a president who lost an election deployed a mob which included dangerous extremists to attack the constitutional system of election and the peaceful transfer of power. And as we'll see, the creation of the internet and social media has given today's tyrants tools of propaganda and disinformation that yesterday's despots could only have dreamed of. I yield back to the gentle lady from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
Article 2 of the United States Constitution establishes the Electoral College. Each state's laws provide that electors are to be chosen by a popular vote. And on December 14th, 2020, electors met in all 50 states and the District of Columbia to cast their votes. Joseph Biden won by a margin of 306 to 232. The election was over. Mr. Biden was the president-elect. Before the Electoral College met, Donald Trump and his allies filed dozens of legal challenges to the election, but they lost over and over again, including in front of multiple judges President Trump had nominated to the bench. In many of these cases, the judges were highly critical of the arguments put forward, explaining that no genuine evidence of widespread fraud had been presented. For example, a federal judge in Pennsylvania said, "This court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations unsupported by evidence. In the United States of America, this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of its 6th most populated state." On December 15th, after the Electoral College certified the outcome, the Republican Majority Leader in the Senate acknowledged Mr. Biden's victory.
Yesterday, electors met in all 50 states. So as of this morning, our country has officially a president-elect and a vice president-elect. Many millions of us had hoped the presidential election would yield a different result. But our system of government has processes to determine who will be sworn in on January the 20th. The Electoral College has spoken. So today I want to congratulate President-elect Joe Biden.
Even members of President Trump's cabinet and his White House staff understood the significance of his losses in the courts and the absence of evidence of fraud. They also respected the constitutional certification by the Electoral College. Many of them told President Trump that it was time to concede the election to Mr. Biden. For example, then Secretary of Labor Jean Scalia, an accomplished lawyer and the son of late Justice Scalia, called President Trump in mid-December and advised him to concede and accept the rulings of the courts.
And so I had to put a call into the president. I might have called on the 13th. We spoke, I believe, on the 14th, in which I conveyed to him that I thought that it was time for him to acknowledge that President Biden had prevailed in the election. But I communicated to the president that when that legal process is exhausted and when the electors have voted, that's the point at which that outcome needs to be expected. I told him that I did believe, yes, that once those legal processes were run, if fraud had not been established that had affected the outcome of the election, that unfortunately I believe that what had to be done was concede the outcome.
As you've seen in prior hearings, President Trump's Justice Department, his White House staff, and his campaign officials were repeatedly telling him that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to change the outcome of the election. And last week, we conducted an 8-hour interview with President Trump's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. You'll see a number of excerpts of that interview today and even more in our next hearing. Mr. Cipollone told us that he agreed with the testimony that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to overturn the election.
I want to start by asking if you agree, Mr. Cipollone, with the conclusions of Matt Morgan and Bill Barr, of all of the individuals who evaluated those claims, that there is no evidence of election fraud sufficient to undermine the outcome in a particular state.
Yes, I agree with that.
And Mr. Cipollone also specifically testified that he believed that Donald Trump should have conceded the election.
Did you believe, and Mr. Cipollone, that the president should concede once you made the determination based on the investigations that you credited DOJ did and the campaign did? Did you, in your mind, form a belief that the president should concede the election loss at a certain point after the election?
Well, again, I was the White House counsel. Some of those decisions are political. So to the extent that, but if your question is, did I believe he should concede the election at a point in time? Yes, I did. I believe Leader McConnell went onto the floor of the Senate, I believe in mid-December, and basically said, the process is done. That would be in line with my thinking on these things.
As Attorney General Bill Barr testified, December 14th should have been the end of the matter.
December 14th was the day that the states certified their votes and sent them to Congress. And in my view, that was the end of the matter. I didn't see, I thought that this would lead inexorably to a new administration.
Mr. Cipollone also testified that the president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, said he shared this view.
As early as that November 23rd meeting, we understand that there was discussion about the president possibly conceding the election. And specifically, we understand that Mark Meadows assured both you and Attorney General Barr that the president would eventually agree to a graceful exit. Do you remember Mr. Meadows making any such representation?
Are you saying as part of that meeting or separately? Again, without getting into that meeting, I would say that is a statement and a sentiment that I heard from Mark Meadows.
I see. And again, do you know if it was on November 23rd or some point?
Again, it was probably, around that time, and it was probably subsequent to that time. It wasn't a one-time statement.
Mr. Meadows has refused to testify, and the committee is in litigation with him. But many other White House officials shared the view that once the litigation ended and the Electoral College met, the election was over. And here's President Trump's former press secretary.
I wanted to clarify, Ms. McEnany, so back to my previous question, it was your view then, or was it your view that the efforts to overturn the election should have stopped once the litigation was complete?
In my view, upon the conclusion of litigation was when I began to plan for life after the administration.
And this is what Ivanka Trump told us.
December 14th was the day on which the Electoral College met, when these electors around the country met and cast the electoral votes consistent with the popular vote in each state. And it was obviously a public proceeding or a series of proceedings that President Biden had obtained the requisite number of electors. Was that an important day for you? Did that affect sort of your planning or your realization as to whether or not there was going to be an end of this administration?
I think so. I think it was my sentiment probably prior as well.
Judd Deere was a White House deputy press secretary. This was his testimony about what he told President Trump.
I told him that my personal viewpoint was that the Electoral College had met, which is the system that our country is set under to elect a president and vice president. And I believed at that point that the means for him to pursue litigation was probably closed.
And you recall what his response, if any, was?
He disagreed.
We've also seen this testimony from Attorney General Barr reflecting a view of the White House staff in late November 2020.
And then at that point I left. And as I walked out of the Oval Office, Jared was there with Dan Scavino, who ran the president's social media, and who I thought was a reasonable guy and believe is a reasonable guy. And I said, how long is he going to carry on with this stolen election stuff? Where's this going to go? And by that time, Meadows had caught up with me and leaving the office and caught up with me and said that he said, look, I think that he's becoming more realistic and knows that there's a limit to how far he can take this. And then Jared said, yeah, we're working on this. We're working on it.
Likewise, in this testimony, Cassidy Hutchinson, an aide to Mark Meadows, described her conversations with President Trump's Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, a former Republican congressman.
He had expressed to me that he was concerned that it could spiral out of control and potentially be dangerous, either for our democracy or the way that things were going for the 6th.
Of course, underlying all of this is the fundamental principle that the President of the United States cannot simply disregard the rulings of state and federal courts, which are empowered to address specific election-related claims. The President cannot simply pretend that the courts had not ruled.
By that time, the President or his associates had lost 60 out of 61 cases that they had brought to challenge different aspects of the election in a number of states. They lost 60 out of 61 of those cases. So by the time we get to January 3rd, that's been clear. I assume, Pat, that you would agree the President is obligated to abide by the rulings of the courts.
Of course.
And I assume you also would,
Everybody is obligated to abide by rules, of course.
and I assume you also would agree the President has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
That is one of the President's obligations, correct?
Yet President Trump disregarded these court rulings and the counsel from his closest advisors and continued his efforts to cling to power. In our prior hearings, you have heard considerable testimony about President Trump's attempts to corruptly pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes, to corrupt the Department of Justice, to pressure state officials and state legislatures, and to create and submit a series of fake electoral slates. Now, we will show you what other actions President Trump was taking between December 14th, 2020 and January 6th. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Throughout our hearings, you've heard how President Trump made baseless claims that voting machines were being manipulated by foreign powers in the 2020 election. You've also heard Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr, describe such claims as complete nonsense, which he told the president. Let's review that testimony.
I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations, but they were made in such a sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public, that there was this systemic corruption in the system and that their votes didn't count and that these machines controlled by somebody else were actually determining it, which was complete nonsense. And it was being laid out there. And I told them that it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that. And it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
We've learned that President Trump's White House counsel agreed with the Department of Justice about this.
Attorney General Barr made a public announcement on December 1st, less than a month after the election, that he had seen no suspended fraud, sufficient. Fair to say that by December 1st, you had reached the same conclusion?
It's fair to say that I agree with Attorney General Barr's conclusion on December 1st. Yes, I did, and I supported that conclusion.
However, the strong rejection of the Attorney General and the White House counsel of these claims did not stop the president from trying to press them in public. But that's not all he did. Indeed, as you'll see in this clip, the president asked Attorney General Bill Barr to have the Department of Justice seize voting machines in the states.
My recollection is the president said something like, well, we could get to the bottom, you know, some people say we could get to the bottom of this if the department sees the machines. It was a typical way of raising a point. And I said, absolutely not. There's no probable cause, and we're not going to seize any machines. And that was that. Yeah.
But this wasn't the end of the matter. On the evening of December 18th, 2020, Sidney Powell, General Michael Flynn, and others entered the White House for an unplanned meeting with the president, the meeting that would last multiple hours and become hot-blooded and contentious. The executive order behind me on the screen was drafted on December the 16th, just 2 days after the Electoral College vote, by several of the president's outside advisors over a luncheon at the Trump International Hotel. As you can see here, this proposed order directs the Secretary of Defense to seize voting machines, quote, effective immediately, but it goes even further than that. Under the order, President Trump would appoint a special counsel with the power to seize machines and then charge people with crimes with all resources necessary to carry out her duties. The specific plan was to name Sidney Powell as special counsel, the Trump lawyer who had spent the post-election period making outlandish claims about Venezuelan and Chinese interference in the election, among others. Here's what White House counsel Pat Cipollone had to say about Sidney Powell's qualifications to take on such expansive authority.
I don't think Sidney Powell would say that I thought it was a good idea to appoint her special counsel. I was vehemently opposed. I didn't think she should have been appointed to anything.
Sidney Powell told the president that these steps were justified because of her evidence of foreign interference in the 2020 election. However, as we've seen, Trump's allies had no such evidence and, of course, no legal authority for the federal government to seize state voting machines. Here's Mr. Cipollone again denouncing Sidney Powell's terrible idea.
There was a real question in my mind and a real concern, particularly after the Attorney General had reached the conclusion that there wasn't sufficient election fraud to change the outcome of the election. When other people kept suggesting that there was, the answer is, what is it? And at some point, you have to put up or shut up. That was my view.
Why was this, on a broader scale, a bad idea for the country?
To have the federal government seize voting machines, it's a terrible idea for the country. That's not how we do things in the United States. There's no legal authority to do that. And there is a way to contest elections, that happens all the time. But the idea that the federal government could come in and seize election machines, I don't understand why we even have to tell you why that's a bad idea for the country. It's a terrible idea.
For all of its absurdity, the December 18th meeting was critically important because President Trump got to watch up close for several hours as his White House counsel and other White House lawyers destroyed the baseless factual claims and ridiculous legal arguments being offered by Sidney Powell, Mike Flynn, and others. President Trump now knew all these claims were nonsense, not just from his able White House lawyers, but also from his own Department of Justice officials and indeed his own campaign officials. As White House counsel Pat Cipollone told us,
with respect to the whole election fraud issue, to me, it's sort of, if you're going to make those kind of claims, and people were open to them early on because people were making all sorts of claims, and the real question is, show the evidence, okay?
It wasn't just the Justice Department, the Trump campaign, and the Trump White House lawyers who knew it. Even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team admitted that they did not have any real evidence of fraud sufficient to change the election result. Here's an email from Rudy Giuliani's lead investigator, Bernie Kerik, on December 28, 2020, to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Mr. Kerik did not mince any words We can do all the investigations we want later, but if the president plans on winning, it's the legislators that have to be moved, and this will do just that. Mr. Kerik wanted the president to win. What he didn't say in this email was what he would later tell the Select Committee in a letter that his lawyer wrote to us in November. The letter said, quote, "It was impossible for Mr. Kerik and his team to determine conclusively whether there was widespread fraud or whether that widespread fraud would have altered the outcome of the election." In other words, even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team knew before January 6th that they hadn't collected enough actual evidence to support any of their stolen election claims. Here's what Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told the committee about some of the so-called evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen from the Giuliani team.
So do you know what the examples of fraud, numbers, names, and supporting evidence was that you sent to Mo Brooks's office? And when I say you, I mean you or the campaign.
There are some very, very general documents as far as say, for example, here are the handful of dead people in several different states. Here are explanations on a couple of the legal challenges as far as saying that the rules were changed in an unconstitutional manner. But it was, to say that it was thin is probably an understatement.
Here's how President Trump's deputy campaign manager described the evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen.
You never came to learn or understand that Mayor Giuliani had produced evidence of election fraud. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And here's testimony that we received from the Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives, Rusty Bowers, about an exchange that he had with Rudy Giuliani after the election.
At some point, did one of them make a comment that they didn't have evidence, but they had a lot of theories?
That was Mr. Giuliani.
Chief of Staff Mark Meadows told people that he thought Trump should concede around the time the Electoral College certified the result. But nonetheless, he later worked to try to facilitate President Trump's wishes. Here's what Cassidy Hutchinson told us.
During this period, I perceived his goal with all of this to keep Trump in office. He had very seriously and deeply considered the allegations of voter fraud. But when he began acknowledging that maybe there wasn't enough voter fraud to overturn the election, I witnessed him start to explore potential constitutional loopholes more extensively, which I then connected with John Eastman's theories.
The startling conclusion is this: even an agreed upon complete lack of evidence could not stop President Trump, Mark Meadows, and their allies from trying to overturn the results of a free and fair election. So let's return to that meeting at the White House on the evening of December 18. That night, a group showed up at the White House, including Sidney Powell, retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, and former Overstock.com CEO Patrick Byrne. After gaining access to the building from a junior White House staffer, the group made their way to the Oval Office. They were able to speak with the president by himself for some time until White House officials learned of the meeting. What ensued was a heated and profane clash between this group and President Trump's White House advisors, who traded personal insults, accusations of disloyalty to the president, and even challenges to physically fight. The meeting would last over 6 hours, beginning here in the Oval Office, moving around the West Wing, and many hours later, ending up in the president's private residence. The Select Committee has spoken with 6 of the participants, as well as staffers who could hear the screaming from outside the Oval Office. What took place next is best told in their own words, as you will see from this video.
Did you believe that it was going to work, that you were going to be able to get to see the president
without an appointment?
I had no idea.
In fact, you did get to see the president without an appointment.
We did.
How much time did you have alone with the president? And I say alone, you had other people with you, but
Right.
from his aides before the crowd came running.
Probably no more than 10 or 15 minutes.
Was in that...
I bet Pat Cipollone set a new land speed record.
I got a call either from Molly or Hirschman that I need to get to the Oval Office.
So that was the first point that I had recognized. Okay, there was nobody in there from the White House. Mark's gone. What's going on right now?
I opened the door and I walked in. I saw General Flynn. I saw Sidney Powell sitting there. I was not happy to see the people in the Oval Office.
Explain why.
Well, again, I don't think they were providing. Well, first of all, the overstock person, I've never knew who this guy was. Actually, the first thing I did, I walked in, I looked at him and I said, "Who are you?" And he told me. I don't think any of these people were providing the president with good advice. And so I didn't understand how they had gotten in.
In the short period of time that you had with the president, did he seem receptive to the presentation that you were making?
He was very interested in hearing particularly about the CISA finding and the terms of 13848 that apparently nobody else had bothered to inform him of.
I was asking, like, you claiming the Democrats were working with Hugo Chavez, Venezuelans, and whomever else. And at one point, General Flynn took out a diagram that supposedly showed IP addresses all over the world, and who was communicating with whom via the machines, and some comment about like Nest thermostats being hooked up to the internet.
So it's been reported that during this meeting, Ms. Powell talked about Dominion voting machines and made various election fraud claims that involve foreign countries such as Venezuela, Iran, and China. Is that accurate? Was the meeting tense?
Oh, yeah. It was not a casual meeting.
Explain.
I mean, at times there were people shouting at each other, hurling insults at each other. It wasn't just sort of people sitting around on a couch, like chit-chatting.
Do you recall whether he raised to Ms. Powell the fact that she and the campaign had lost all of the 60 cases that they had brought in litigation?
Yes, he raised that.
And what was the response?
I don't remember what she said. I don't think it was a good response.
Cipollone and Hirschman and whoever the other guy was showed nothing but contempt and disdain of the president.
Yeah, I remember the three of them were really sort of forcefully attacking me verbally. Derek, and we were pushing back, and we were asking one simple question as a general matter. Where is the evidence? So,
what response did you get when you asked Ms. Powell and her colleagues, where's the
a variety of responses based on my current recollection, including, can't believe you would say something, things like this, like, what do you mean, where's the evidence? You should know, and things like that, or, a disregard, I would say, a general disregard for the importance of actually backing up what you say with facts.
And, then there was discussion of, well, we don't have it now, but we will have it or whatever.
I mean, if it had been me sitting in his chair, I would have fired all of them that night and had them escorted out of the building.
But Derek and I both challenged what she was saying. And she says, well, the judges are corrupt. And I was like, everyone? Every single case that you've done in the country you guys lost, every one of them is corrupt, even the ones we appointed? And I'm being nice. I was much more harsh to her.
So one of the other things that's been reported that was said during this meeting was that President Trump told White House lawyers, Mr. Hirschman and Mr. Cipollone, that they weren't offering him any solutions, but Ms. Powell and others were. So why not try what Ms. Powell and others were proposing? Do you remember anything along those lines being said by President Trump?
I do. That sounds right.
I think that it got to the point where the screaming was completely out there. I mean, you got people walk in, it was late at night, it'd been a long day, and what they were proposing, I thought was nuts.
I'm gonna categorically describe it as you guys are not tough enough. Or maybe I put it another way, you're a bunch of pussies. Excuse the expression, but I'm almost certain the word was used.
Flynn screamed at me that I was a quitter and everything, kept on standing up and turning around and screaming at me. And then at a certain point, I had it with him. So I yelled back. Either come over or sit your effing ass back down.
The president and the White House team went upstairs to the residence, but to the public part of the residence, you know, the big parlor where you can have meetings in the conference room.
Oval? They call that the yellow oval?
Yes, exactly, the yellow Oval Office. I always called it the upper. And I'm not exactly sure where the Sydney group went. I think maybe the Roosevelt room. And I stayed in the cabinet room, which is kind of cool. I really like that. All by myself.
At the end of the day, we landed where we started the meeting, at least from a structural standpoint, which was Sidney Powell was fighting, Mike Flynn was fighting. They were looking for avenues that would result in President Trump remaining President Trump for a second term.
The meeting finally ended after midnight. Here are text messages sent by Cassidy Hutchinson during and after the meeting. As you can see, Ms. Hutchinson reported that the meeting in the West Wing was unhinged. The meeting finally broke up after midnight. During the early morning of December 19, Cassidy Hutchinson captured the moment of Mark Meadows escorting Rudy Giuliani off the White House grounds to, quote, make sure he didn't wander back into the mansion. Certain accounts of this meeting indicate that President Trump actually granted Ms. Powell's security clearance and appointed her to a somewhat ill-defined position of special counsel.
He asked Pat Cipollone if he had the authority to name me special counsel, and he said yes. And then he asked him if he had the authority to give me whatever security clearance I needed, and Pat Cipollone said yes. And then the president said, okay, you know, I'm naming her that, and I'm giving her security clearance. And then shortly before we left, and it totally blew up, was when Cipollone and or Hirschman and whoever the other young man was said, you can name her whatever you want to name her, and no one's going to pay any attention to it.
How did he respond? How did the president respond to that?
Something like, you see what I deal with this all the time.
Over the ensuing days, no further steps were taken to appoint Sidney Powell, but there is some ambiguity about what the president actually said and did during the meeting. Here is how Pat Cipollone described it.
I don't know what her understanding of whether she had been appointed, what she had been appointed to. Okay. In my view, she hadn't been appointed to anything and ultimately wasn't appointed to anything because there had to be other steps taken. So that was my view when I left the meeting, but she may have a different view and others may have a different view and the president may have a different view.
Were any steps taken, including the president himself, telling her she'd been appointed?
Again, I'm not going to get into what the president said in the meeting. You know, my recollection is you're not appointed until steps are taken to get the paperwork done. And when I left the meeting, okay, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not going to get into what the president said or said he wanted.
Mr. Cipollone, when the matter continued to flare up over the next several days, Was it your understanding that Sidney Powell was still seeking an appointment, or that she was asserting that she had been appointed by the president at the December 18 meeting?
You know, now that you mention it, probably both. You know, in terms of like, I think she may have been of the view that she had been appointed and was seeking to, you know, get that done, and that she should be appointed.
As you listen to these clips, remember that Ms. Powell, the person who President Trump tried to make special counsel, was ultimately sanctioned by a federal court and sued by Dominion Voting Systems for defamation. In her own defense to that lawsuit, Sidney Powell argued that, quote, no reasonable person would conclude that the statements were truly statements of fact. Not long after Sidney Powell, General Flynn, and Rudy Giuliani left the White House in the early hours of the morning, President Trump turned away from both his outside advisors' most outlandish and unworkable schemes and his White House counsel's advice to swallow hard and accept the reality of his loss. Instead, Donald Trump issued a tweet that would galvanize his followers, unleash a political firestorm, and change the course of our history as a country. Trump's purpose was to mobilize a crowd. And how do you mobilize a crowd in 2020? With millions of followers on Twitter, President Trump knew exactly how to do it. At 1:42 a.m. on December 19, 2020, shortly after the last participants left the unhinged meeting, Trump sent out the tweet with his explosive invitation. Trump repeated his big lie and claimed it was, quote, statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election, before calling for a big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. Trump supporters responded immediately. Women for America First, a pro-Trump organizing group, had previously applied for a rally permit for January 22nd and 23rd in Washington, D.C., several days after Joe Biden was to be inaugurated. But in the hours after the tweet, they moved their permit to January 6th, 2 weeks before. This rescheduling created the rally where Trump would eventually speak. The next day, Ali Alexander, leader of the Stop the Steal organization and a key mobilizer of Trump supporters, registered wildprotest.com, named after Trump's tweet. Wildprotest.com provided comprehensive information about numerous newly organized protest events in Washington. It included event times, places, speakers, and details on transportation to Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, other key Trump supporters, including far-right media personalities, began promoting the wild protest on January 6th.
It's Saturday, December 19th. The year is 2020. And one of the most historic events in American history has just taken place. President Trump, in the early morning hours today, tweeted that he wants the American people to march on Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021.
And now Donald Trump is calling on his supporters to descend on Washington, D.C., January 6th.
He is now calling on we, the people, to take action and to show our numbers.
We're going to only be saved by millions of Americans moving to Washington, occupying the entire area, if necessary, storming right into the Capitol. You know, we know the rules of engagement. If you have enough people, you can push down any kind of a fence or a wall.
This could be Trump's last stand. And it's a time when he has specifically called on his supporters to arrive in D.C. That's something that may actually be the big push Trump supporters need to say, this is it. It's now or never.
You better understand something, son. You better understand something. Red wave, bitch. Red wave. This is going to be a red wedding going down January 6th.
On that day, Trump says, show up for a protest. It's going to be wild. And based on what we've already seen from the previous events, I think Trump is absolutely correct.
Motherfucker, you better look outside. You better look out. January 6th, kick that fucking door open, look down the street. There's going to be 1 million plus geeked up armed Americans.
The time for games is over. The time for action is now. Where were you when history called? Where were you when you and your children's destiny and future was on the line?
In that clip, you heard one of Trump's supporters predict a red wedding, which is a pop culture reference to mass slaughter. But the point is that Trump's call to Washington reverberated powerfully and pervasively online. The committee has interviewed a former Twitter employee who explained the effect that Trump had on the Twitter platform. This employee was on the team responsible for platform and content moderation policies on Twitter throughout 2020 and 2021. The employee testified that Twitter considered adopting a stricter content moderation policy after President Trump told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by from the lectern at the September 29th presidential debate. But Twitter chose not to act. Here's the former employee whose voice has been obscured to protect their identity, discussing Trump's stand back and stand by comment and the effect it had.
My concern was that the former president, for seemingly the first time, was speaking directly to extremist organizations and giving them directives. We had not seen that sort of direct communication before. And that concerned me.
So just to clarify further, you were worried, and others at Twitter were worried, that the president might use your platform to speak directly to folks who might be incited to violence?
Yes. I believe that Twitter relished in the knowledge that they were also the favorite and most used service of the former president, and enjoyed having that sort of power within the social media ecosystem.
If President Trump were anyone else, would it have taken until January 8th, 2021 for him to be suspended?
Absolutely not. If the former President Donald Trump were any other user on Twitter, he would have been permanently suspended a very long time ago.
Despite these grave concerns, Trump remained on the platform completely unchecked. Then came the December 19 tweet and everything it inspired. Indeed,
it felt as if a mob was being organized, and they were gathering together their weaponry and their logic and their reasoning behind why they were prepared to fight prior to December 19th. Again, it was vague. It was non-specific, but very clear that individuals were ready, willing, and able to take up arms. After this tweet on December 19th, again, it became clear not only were these individuals ready and willing, but the leader of their cause was asking them to join him in this cause and in fighting for this cause in DC on January 6th as well. I will also say what shocked me was the responses to these tweets, right? So these were a lot of the locked and loaded, stand back, stand by, those tweets were in response to Donald Trump saying things like this, right? So there would be a response that said, big protests in DC on January 6th, be there, be wild, and someone would respond and say, I'm locked and loaded and ready for Civil War Part 2, right? I very much believe that Donald Trump posting this tweet on December 19th was essentially staking a flag in DC on January 6th for his supporters to come and rally.
And you were concerned about the potential for this gathering becoming violent?
Absolutely.
Indeed, many of Trump's followers took to social media to declare that they were ready to answer Trump's call. One user asked, "Is the 6th D-Day? Is that why Trump wants everyone there?" Another asserted, "Trump just told us all to come armed. Fucking A, this is happening." A third took it even further. "It will be wild" means we need volunteers for the firing squad. Jim Watkins, the owner of 8kun, the fringe online forum that was birthplace of the QAnon extremist movement, confirmed the importance of Trump's tweet.
Why did you first decide to go to DC for January 6th?
When the President of the United States announced that he was going to have a rally, then I bought ticket and went.
Watkins was at the Capitol on January 6th. Some who have since been indicted for their involvement in the attack on the Capitol also responded. One of them posted on the 19th, quote, "Calling all patriots, be in Washington, D.C., January the 6th. This wasn't organized by any group. DJT has invited us, and it's going to be wild." Some of the online rhetoric turned openly homicidal and white nationalist, such as, "Why don't we just kill them, every last Democrat, down to the last man, woman, and child? And it's time for the day of the rope. White revolution is the only solution." Others realized that police would be standing in the way of their effort to overturn the election. So one wrote, "I'm ready to die for my beliefs. Are you ready to die, police?" Another wrote on the Donald.win, "Cops don't have standing if they're laying on the ground in a pool of their own blood." The Donald.win was an openly racist and anti-Semitic forum. The Select Committee deposed that site's founder, Jody Williams. He confirmed how the president's tweet created a laser-like focus on the date of January the 6th.
People have been talking about going to D.C. since the election was over.
And do you recall whether or not the conversation around those dates centered on the 6th after the president's tweet?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, after it was announced that, he was going to be there on the 6th to talk, yes. Then anything else was kind of shut out, and it was just going to be on the 6th.
Okay. And that was pretty clearly reflected in the content on the site?
Yeah, sure.
On that site, many shared plans and violent threats. "Bring handcuffs and wait near the tunnels," wrote one user. A commenter replied, suggesting zip ties instead. One post encouraged others to come with body armor, knuckles, shields, bats, pepper spray, whatever it takes. All of those were used on the 6th. The post concluded, "Join your local Proud Boys chapter as well." The Donald.win featured discussions of the tunnels beneath the Capitol complex, suggestions for targeting members of Congress, and encouragement to attend this once-in-a-lifetime event. While Trump supporters grew more aggressive online, he continued to rile up his base on Twitter. He said there was overwhelming evidence that the election was the biggest scam in our nation's history. As you can see, the president continued to boost the event, tweeting about it more than a dozen times in the lead up to January the 6th. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The chair requests that those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
All right. All right, you guys. That was a busy, very busy, and I think very effective first half. Let's call it that. The first half of today's. Oh, is that loud? Let's call it the busy first half of today's January 6th hearing. My thoughts are that the January 6th committee is being very effective in building their case that Donald Trump was 100% responsible for his actions. As I thought, one of my favorite comments was from Liz Cheney when she said Donald Trump, or she said President Trump is a 76-year-old man. He's not an impressionable child. Oh, thank you for the reminder, Cindy C, for me to refresh that feed. And I think that's what I will do. I'm looking for our friend Renato, who has not yet returned. I'd love to get his impression of the proceedings, but he is not back with us yet.
Life moves fast.
Whoa.
1 second you're planning a roadie, the next you're about to wake the family to see the giant.
Okay. What I just did was I just refreshed that C-SPAN feed. Okay, so yeah, this is there's a 10-minute break. Oh, and there is Renato. There he is.
How you doing?
I'm good, Renato. How are you?
Good. That was an interesting morning so far, right? Or an interesting afternoon.
Yeah, indeed. I feel there was definitely there was definitely a beat to this first half of the hearing, and in my opinion, they're basically showing that, look, every single adult in this man's orbit understood that this thing was over, understood that it was time for him to concede, and yet he continued to stoke the resentment, to stoke the notion that this election was stolen. I don't think there's one specific tweet that you can pinpoint and say that is what incited this. I think his incitement started months before the election even began. He, as soon as he started saying, if I lose, it's rigged, that's when his incitement began, because these impressionable idiots, they took every word he said as gospel. I think that's where you say he incited. I could be wrong. I don't know. Does it have to be one thing, like written on paper? Do you know what I mean? Does he have to be very specific in his instruction to prove that he incited insurrection?
Okay, so let's start with just an incitement. So if you incite someone in the United States, so incitement is where you're actually trying to encourage people or get them to engage in violent activity. So if I say, everyone, let's kill Brooklyn Dad, okay? Well, if I say that on the stream, then that's protected First Amendment speech. If there's a group of people standing outside your house with firearms, and I'm like, let's go kill Brooklyn Dad, and then they proceed to enter your house and start shooting things, it's a different context, right? So what the Supreme Court has basically said that if there is if I'm inciting someone to imminent, in other words, imminent means like right away, imminent lawless action, it's not protected First Amendment speech. Otherwise, it is, because you want to be able to distinguish between, let's say, AOC standing outside the Supreme Court and saying, F Brett Kavanaugh, and a bunch of people around her saying, yeah, I hope he, whatever, something happens to him. They're saying that they don't really mean, they're not really meaning to get people to actually have an attack, but they're expressing their political views, versus somebody actually trying to get someone to attack. So the reason that I made such a big deal about what Cassidy Hutchinson said is it sure sounded like Trump knew that these people were armed and were about to go to the Capitol. It adds a new light, right? It's like if I'm talking outside the house of Brooklyn Dad, and I'm like, oh, I was just giving a speech, a bunch of people happen to be standing there. I didn't know they were attack his house and kill his dog. And then it turns out that I knew beforehand that they all were armed with ammunition. And I'm like, I told, my bodyguard's like, do you want to be around these people? They all have AR-15s. I'm like, they're going to just go to Brooklyn Dad's house. They're not going to attack me. They don't want to kill me. They're going to go over there. It gives everything a different context. So that's what's going on. I mean, I think there are potential other charges. So I focus on incitement because we were talking about Hutchinson. Are there other charges? Let's say obstructing an official proceeding after January 6th. Sure. It's complicated because of Trump's state of mind. I mean, one thing I got to tell you, Brooke, what really struck me the most about what we heard this morning was that Trump, it seemed like he actually wanted to appoint Sidney Powell to a major position in the government, right? He's like, I want to appoint her. Do I have the authority to appoint her special counsel? Yes. Do I have the authority to give her security clearance? Yes. And then I think that was it that Eric Hirschman guy was just like, we're going to ignore her. Like, if you appoint her, or was it Cipollone? It was just like, yeah, we're just going to ignore her.
Pat Cipollone said he was dead set against it. Yeah.
Yeah, basically, if you appoint her, we're just going to ignore her. And my sense was that Trump actually tried to appoint her. There's a counsel, and everyone's like, yeah, we're just going to ignore her, which is really something to me because, I mean, on one level, he's actually elected to something. The rest of the people were not. I mean, who the hell are these people? A bunch of aides. One thing I think actually ended up saving Trump's ass a bunch of times during his presidency is that he would actually want things to happen and order people to do things, and they wouldn't do them. He'd be like, fire Mueller, and then they would ignore him. And here he's like, I want to hire Sidney Powell and seize the nation's voting machines. Can you imagine what would happen if that actually occurred? Like if Sidney Powell came out and it's like, yeah, I'm your new overlord of voting, and I'm here to seize everyone's voting machines. I think it would have been insanity. The guy would have been removed from office, but that didn't happen because Trump would back down when people like Cipollone or Hirschman would be like, you're crazy. Like, we're going to ignore you.
Now, going back to the voting machines, the wanting to seize the voting machines.
Yeah.
Would that not have been an unlawful act? Was he within his rights to have the voting machines all pulled?
No, it would have been unlawful, but let me just make sure everyone understands the distinction between unlawful and criminal. Because every time that I say something's unlawful, I think people are like, okay, is someone going to prison for 20 years for doing this? So, for example, right, if I made a deal with you to appear on the Brooklyn Dad podcast and you're going to pay me $100 and I didn't show up, it's not a crime, but it's actually a breach of contract. Well, in this case, it's more serious than that, okay? It's sort of like if, for example, the mayor of my town decided that he was going to seize everyone's pets or seize, do something. It's like, you don't have the authority to seize my pet. I don't know if it's a crime or not for my town to do that, but he doesn't have the legal authority to do it. And here, there's no legal authority that gives the federal government power to seize voting machines across the country. In fact, the Constitution makes it so that states, not federal government, run elections. So it could be unconstitutional, but at the very least, certainly unlawful, no authority to do it. Is it a crime? I don't know, but it's certainly beyond anything anyone ever considered. And you could see Cipollone had a similar reaction to me. Like, they're like, well, is this, trying to get him to give some legal answers. Like, you don't need me to explain to you it's a really bad idea, right? Because it's so absurd. And I think that's the reality.
Okay. And so the fact that you're drawing a distinction between unlawful and illegal, right? So would the election machine thing, was that unlawful or illegal? And can he not be held responsible if he makes if he gives a command that is ignored? Does that mean, oh, okay, well, they didn't listen to him, so therefore there's no penalty?
So the fact that, okay, let me go to
Like,
the first. You're
wait,
asking
wait.
two big questions, smart questions.
If I'm a mob boss and I give a command to one of my lieutenants to take this guy out,
Sure.
to assassinate somebody, and that guy does not carry out the hit, but I have still given the command, is that not punishable?
Well, theoretically, sure. Theoretically, yes. The question is, an attempt, okay, an attempted crime is in fact a crime, okay? But you have to take so generally with an attempt, you have to take a substantial step for it. Or another way to think about it, if you have a conspiracy, just the agreement to commit a crime does it, okay? And sometimes people will say, like, for example, let's say a group of people get together. They're like, yeah, let's rob a bank. And then they all just oversleep. They all get high and they have their munchies and they go to sleep and they never wake up and never commit the bank robbery. Technically speaking, are they guilty of conspiracy? Yes. Well, how would you prove that? Like, how would you prove that they were actually intending to go through with it rather than just kind of having a joke, right? So here, what would happen is there'd be argument that Trump wasn't really seriously, so he was just throwing out ideas. This was his way of throwing out ideas, and he ended up not going through with it. And if he was serious about it, he would have done X, Y, Z, A, B, C to follow up, and he didn't, because he wasn't really serious. He was just throwing out. I'm not saying that's exactly what happened, but one thing that gets lost on Twitter is that people be like, well, this is unlawful. That's unlawful. You could do this. The question is really, could you prove it in court? And the answer here is, when somebody just says something that they want to have happen and they don't follow up on it, it can be hard to prove it, that if they actually did they were attempting to do something, because it's unclear whether it was just something that it was an idea that they never committed themselves to versus something that they were actually trying. And that's the issue. It's just what I'll call a proof issue more than anything else. So, like, I don't think people really care about these academic exercises. Like, this could be a crime. Like, you'll get somebody to tweet out like, this could be a crime, and they'll get 50,000 retweets. But the reality is, could you actually prove that it's a crime just based on, like, well, I wanted to appoint Sidney Powell. Well, I'm going to ignore you. Okay, well, I'm giving up on that idea. Like, the problem is, it's too hard to show that he's actually trying to do it.
Okay, Renato, this is what I want to know. You are prosecuting this case, right? What crimes are provable, in your opinion? What crimes are provable?
Right now, as we're sitting here, based on what we know publicly only, correct? Yeah. I think incitement to violence, that's provable. Like, you could have an incitement to riot, incitement to insurrection. Okay, I think that's provable. There's a legal problem, by the way. I think there's a chance the Supreme Court's going to find it's a protected First Amendment speech. But I think you have enough to, I think, make that charge and litigate it out and see whether you get upheld. There are other things that you could potentially charge, like, for example, obstruction of an official proceeding or something along those lines. But I do think there would be challenges there, and I'm not sure you have a 50-50. I'm not sure that it's the sort of case that the DOJ would order a charge. Like, in other words, you don't have the slam dunk. It could be a point flip or worse, which is the sort of thing that the DOJ usually shies away from. But could you charge it? Sure. I think there could very well be potentially other crimes here. You have to understand, we don't know any results of any criminal investigation. It's not clear there has been an investigation of So if I was prosecuting this case, where based solely on what I have now, frankly, what I would do, Brooklyn Ed, is I would indict Eastman. I'd indict Clark. I would put them, because they are really screwed. So I would actually put them in a very difficult position to try to get them to court. That would be my starting point. I would actually try to, put the pressure on people close to Trump to get better evidence. Because I'd rather build a great case against Trump rather than roll the dice based on what we have.
So you would put the screws to guys like Eastman in anticipation of them flipping on Trump just from the pressure alone, just from the notion of possibly having to go away for 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you saw the video body cam footage of Jeffrey Clark out in his, without any pants on when they were searching his house. Like he didn't seem like the kind of guy who's going to survive very well in a federal prison or with that experience. So from my perspective, that guy and Eastman and Giuliani were providing cover to Trump. Don't fool yourself. I think Trump loved the fact that he had lawyers with good credentials who would follow him around and tell him exactly what he wanted to hear. In fact, I've encountered these people in my time in practice where I've had situations where there'll be people who are engaged in questionable activity who are like, I got this email from a lawyer that says this is great. I'm rolling with this. I get out of jail free card. I got the lawyer telling me to do something. These people were basically selling their souls, encouraging them to do all sorts of crazy stuff. So, they provide a potential cover for Trump, where Trump can say, "Hey, Eastman told me it's a great idea. He's some big time lawyer. He's a law professor, clerked on the Supreme Court, and he's telling me it's a great idea. It's super lawful." Well, what you do is if you go after Eastman and he's like, "Well, I admitted to Trump ABC, or Trump told me XYZ," then you have a stronger case against Trump, because you've got somebody who is having these sensitive conversations with him, who and then testify, yeah, we all kind of this was unlawful, but Trump told me what this hold up in court, and I said, probably, and or something like that, right? Where you have something that like undercuts that defense. I just think that's better. That's how a good prosecutor does. You don't just roll the dice, see how it works out. Like that's not how you usually want to do this.
All right. Let me just do a quick check here. It does not look like they are back yet, but they're supposed to be any minute. This was supposed to be a 10-minute break. My concern is that as I listen to you, Renato, I am hearing I'm hearing that there are a bunch of loopholes that Trump can basically escape accountability. Am I hearing correctly?
What I'm basically describing to you is how our system actually works. Like one thing I don't understand, and maybe listeners can chime in, is why it is that all the people in our Twitter feeds have gotten the idea that when people are accused of crimes in the United States, that they just magically go off to prison within like 30 minutes, like from like Law and Order or something. And it's not like a 30-minute episode, or the idea that like, oh yeah, somebody does something wrong, and it just magically they go to prison for it. Like, haven't you ever been cheated by like a bank or somebody who did a bad, like screwed you out of something? Did they go to prison for that? Like you got a charge you weren't supposed to get in your bank account. It's like, oh, did you press a button and magically like they carted executives to like a federal prison based solely on the fact that you had this sheet of paper or something? I mean, your testimony, like, is that really how people think it works? Like, come on now. Like that's really
let me just say, as someone who has been, I personally in the past, before I was Brooklyn Dad, I had some issues in life,
Okay.
and I was on the wrong side of the law. And, the shit that I did when I got busted for it, I had to pay the penalty. Yeah, immediately. It wasn't anything like, I I can choose not to show up in court or whatever. You know,
Sure.
you have like these guys. It's Lindsey Graham thing. I'm not going to uh, adhere to that subpoena. Oh yes, you are, motherfucker. Yes, you are.
Lindsey Graham
um,
is. I mean, you see that, right? Like it bought him a couple of weeks. I think that was just for show. But I think one thing I will just
but
say,
there's a
you're
feeling
right.
from the general populace, and I don't think it's wrong. It's a feeling that people at a certain level, accountability is optional. That's the feeling.
I think that's right. I think it's not just like a Trump and the people around him. But one thing that's different is, let's say, what I'll call white collar crimes and crimes that are not. And part of it is due to how those laws are, like how those crimes are set up, right? So, for example, if you got a kilo of cocaine, it doesn't matter what your mental state is. You are possessing cocaine. There's no excuse there. Like, hey, I was going to do good deeds with it, or John Eastman told me it's a great idea. It doesn't really matter because everyone knows it's a crime. Whereas if the crime is, let's say, fraud, well, then you have to prove, did the person have the intent to defraud? And I will just tell you, as somebody who's prosecuted white collar crime for most of my career, it's harder than you think to prove that some bank executive had the intent to defraud versus just signing whatever was in front of him, not paying attention, not being focused on it, not realizing this was false, whatever it may be. And so, yes, part of it is the way the law is. Part of it is the way that their resources are. If you have fancy lawyers that are trying to muck up the works, they can come up with a lot of counter arguments. But we set up our system this way. They require proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and we give everyone access to the courts and counsel and yada yada. That's how it exists in a lot of these cases. And if people think that the law should be different, if it should be that it's just very easy to convict people of crimes. First of all, it's very dangerous. I will just caution everyone if you don't like what the prosecutor is abusing their discretion. But separate and apart from that, like, you should be trying to change the way the law is instead of being shocked that it's occurring exactly the same way when this group of rich people target.
Yeah, I think it is that a lot of us are watching these news revelations unfold, and it seems like, well, you guys have all the evidence. What are you waiting for? That's what that's why you see that on Twitter or on Facebook. You see people, acting like, hey, what's the holdup? We can see the evidence. We like the Fulton County thing, for instance. You have the dude on tape saying, I just need 11,780 votes, and you have him on tape.
Yeah, he
So
says
it
that,
just
but
seems like it's,
he says a lot of other crap during that conversation. The
yeah.
problem with that conversation is it's a word salad full of a bunch of nonsense about how he wants to find fraud. He's concerned about fraud. You're not doing your job finding fraud. He purposely speaks in all these in this meandering nonsense. If he was very direct about it, like, I need 11,000 votes or I'm going to take you down, like, it would be a more compelling conversation. But as it is, I think he may see jeopardy county, and I do see the members coming.
All right, it looks like we're getting ready to start again. Renato, I would just ask you, during while this is going on, if there's any way you can look into your bandwidth. It seems like your signal strength is not terrific.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries. I'll see you on the other side.
Form the angry crowd that would be transformed on January the 6th into a violent mob. Dr. Donnell Harvin, who was the Chief of Homeland Security and Intelligence for D.C., told the committee how his team saw Trump's December 19th tweet unite violent groups across the spectrum on the far right.
We got derogatory information from OSINT suggesting that some very, very violent individuals were organizing to come to DC. And not only were they organizing to come to DC, but they were these groups, these non-aligned groups were aligning. And so all the red flags went up at that point. You know, when you have armed militia, you know, collaborating with white supremacy groups, collaborating with conspiracy theory groups online, all toward the common goal, you start seeing what we call in you know, terrorism, a blended ideology, and that's a very, very bad sign. Then when they were clearly across, not just across one platform, but across multiple platforms with these groups coordinating, not just like chatting, hey, how's it going? You know, what's the weather like where you're at? But like, what are you bringing? What are you wearing? You know, where do we meet up? Do you have plans for the Capitol? That's operational. That's like pre-operational intelligence, right? And that is something that's clearly alarming.
The Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers are two key groups that responded immediately to President Trump's call. The Proud Boys are a far-right street-fighting group that glorifies violence and white supremacy. The Oath Keepers are extremists who promote a wide range of conspiracy theories and sought to act as a private paramilitary force for Donald Trump. The Department of Justice has charged leaders of both groups with seditious conspiracy to overthrow the government of the United States on January the 6th. Trump's December 19th tweet motivated these two extremist groups, which have historically not worked together, to coordinate their activities. December 19th at 10:22 a.m., just hours after President Trump's tweet, Kelly Meggs, the head of the Florida Oath Keepers, declared an alliance among the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and the Florida 3 Percenters, another militia group. He wrote, "We have decided to work together and shut this shit down." Phone records obtained by the Select Committee show that later that afternoon, Mr. Meggs called Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio, and they spoke for several minutes. The very next day, the Proud Boys got to work. The Proud Boys launched an encrypted chat called the Ministry of Self-Defense. The committee obtained hundreds of these messages, which show strategic and tactical planning about January the 6th, including maps of Washington, D.C. that pinpoint the location of police. In the weeks leading up to the attack, leaders in both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers worked with Trump allies. One such ally was Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, Trump's former national security advisor and one of the participants in the unhinged meeting at the White House on December 18th. He also had connections to the Oath Keepers. This photo from December 12th shows Flynn and Patrick Byrne, another Trump ally who was present at that December 18th meeting, guarded by indicted Oath Keeper Roberto Minuta. Another view of the scene shows Oath Keepers leader Stuart Rhodes in the picture as well. Another central figure with ties to this network of extremist groups was Roger Stone, a political consultant and longtime confidant of President Trump. He pardoned both Flynn and Stone in the weeks between the election on November 3rd and January 6th. In the same time frame, Stone communicated with both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers regularly. The committee obtained encrypted content from a group chat called Friends of Stone, FOS, which included Stone, Rhodes, Tarrio, and Ali Alexander. The chat focused on various pro-Trump events in November and December of 2020, as well as January 6th. As you can see here, Stuart Rhodes himself urged the Friends of Stone to have people go to their state capitals if they cannot make it to Washington for the first Million MAGA March on November 14th. These friends of Roger Stone had a significant presence at multiple pro-Trump events after the election, including in Washington on December the 12th. On that day, Stuart Rhodes called for Donald Trump to invoke martial law, promising bloodshed if he did not.
He needs to know from you that you are with him, that he does not do it now while he is commander-in-chief. We're going to have to do it ourselves later in a much more desperate, much more bloody war. Let's get it on now while he is still the commander-in-chief. Hooah!
That night, the Proud Boys engaged in violence on the streets of Washington and hurled aggressive insults at the police.
You oath breakers! Do your fucking job! Give us 1 hour! 1 hour!
Just the previous night, the co-host of InfoWars issued an ominous warning at a rally alongside Roger Stone and Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio. Encrypted chats obtained by the Select Committee showed that Kelly Meggs, the indicted leader of the Florida Oath Keepers, spoke directly with Roger Stone about security on January 5th and 6th. In fact, on January 6th, Stone was guarded by 2 Oath Keepers who have since been criminally indicted for seditious conspiracy. One of them later pleaded guilty, and according to the Department of Justice, admitted that the Oath Keepers were ready to use, quote, lethal force if necessary against anyone who tried to remove President Trump from the White House, including the National Guard. As we've seen, the Proud Boys were also part of the Friends of Stone network. Stone's ties to the Proud Boys go back many years. He's even taken their so-called fraternity creed, required for the first level of initiation to the group.
Hi, I'm Roger Stone. I'm a Western chauvinist, and I refuse to apologize for creating modern law. Thank you, Roger.
Kelly Sorrell, a lawyer who assists the Oath Keepers and a volunteer lawyer for the Trump campaign, explained to the committee how Roger Stone and other figures brought extremists of different stripes and views together.
You mentioned that Mr. Stone wanted to start the Stop the Steal series of rallies. Who did you consider the leader of these rallies? It sounds like, from what you just said, it was Mr. Stone, Mr. Jones, and Mr. Ali Alexander. Is that correct?
Those are the ones that became like the center point for everything.
We'll learn more from Ms. Murphy about these individuals and their involvement in the days leading up to the violent attack on January 6th. We'll also hear how they were allowed to speak at a rally for President Trump the night before January 6th, even though organizers had expressed serious concerns about their violent and extremist rhetoric directly to Mark Meadows. And you'll hear testimony from White House aides who were with the president as he watched the crowd from the Oval Office and will testify about how excited he was for the following day. Let me note now that our investigation continues on these critical issues. We have only shown a small fraction of what we have found. I look forward to the public release of more of our findings later, Mr. Chairman, and I now yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
During our most recent hearing, the committee showed some evidence of what President Trump, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and other White House officials knew about the potential for violence on January 6th. And despite this information, they made no effort to cancel the rally, halt the march to the Capitol, or even to lower the temperature among President Trump's supporters. Katrina Pearson, one of the organizers of January 6th rally and a former campaign spokeswoman for President Trump, grew increasingly apprehensive after learning that multiple activists had been proposed as speakers for the January 6th rally. These included some of the people we discussed earlier in this hearing. Roger Stone, a longtime outside advisor to President Trump. Alex Jones, the founder of the conspiracy theory website InfoWars. And Ali Alexander, an activist known for his violent political rhetoric. On December 30th, Ms. Pearson exchanged text messages with another key rally organizer about why people like Mr. Alexander and Mr. Jones were being suggested as speakers at the president's rally on January 6th. Ms. Pearson's explanation was POTUS, and she remarked that the president likes the crazies. The committee asked Ms. Pearson about these messages, and this is what she said.
So when you said that he likes the crazies, were you talking about President Trump?
Yes, I was talking about President Trump. He loved people who viciously defended him in public.
But consistent in terms of the support for these people, at least with what the president likes, from what you could tell.
Yes, the people that would be very, very vicious and publicly defending him.
On January 2nd, Ms. Pearson's concerns about the potential rally speakers had grown serious enough that she reached out to Mr. Meadows directly. She wrote, "Good afternoon. Would you mind giving me a call regarding this January 6th event? Things have gotten crazy and I desperately need some direction, please." According to phone records obtained by the committee, Ms. Pearson received a phone call from Mr. Meadows 8 minutes later. Here is what Ms. Pearson said about that conversation.
So what specifically did you tell him, though, about other events?
Just that there were a bunch of entities coming in. Some were very suspect, but they're going to be on other stages, some on other days. A very, very brief overview of what was actually happening and why I raised the red flags.
And when you told him that people were very suspect, did you tell him what you meant by that? Or what did you convey to him about what your the problems with these folks?
I think I even texted him some of my concerns, but I did briefly go over some of the concerns that I had raised to everybody with Alex Jones or Ollie Alexander and some of the rhetoric that they were doing. I probably mentioned to him that they had already caused trouble at other capitals or at the previous event, the previous march that they did for protesting, and I just had a concern about it.
Ms. Pearson was especially concerned about Ollie Alexander and Alex Jones because in November 2020, both men and some of their supporters had entered the Georgia state capitol to protest the results of the 2020 election. Ms. Pearson believed that she mentioned this to Mark Meadows on this January 2nd call. Notably, January 2nd is the same day on which, according to Cassidy Hutchinson, Mr. Meadows warned her of that things might get real bad on January 6th. After her January 2nd call with Mr. Meadows, Katrina Pearson sent an email to fellow rally organizers. She wrote, "POTUS expectations are to have something intimate at the Ellipse and call on everyone to march to the Capitol." President's own documents suggest that the president had decided to call on his supporters to go to the Capitol on January 6th, but that he chose not to widely announce it until his speech on the Ellipse that morning. The committee has obtained this draft, undated tweet from the National Archives. It includes a stamp stating, "President has seen." The draft tweet reads, "I will be making a big speech at 10 a.m. on January 6th at the Ellipse, south of the White House. Please arrive early. Massive crowds expected. March to the Capitol after. Stop the steal." Although this tweet was never sent, rally organizers were discussing and preparing for the march to the Capitol in the days leading up to January 6th. This is a January 4th text message from a rally organizer to Mike Lindell, the MyPillow CEO. The organizer says, "This stays between us. We're having a second stage at the Supreme Court again after the Ellipse. POTUS is going to have us march there / the Capitol. It cannot get out about the second stage because people will try and set up another and sabotage it. It can also not get out about the march because I will be in trouble with the National Park Service and all the agencies. But POTUS is going to just call for it, quote, unexpectedly." The end of the message indicates that the president's plan to have his followers march to the Capitol was not being broadly discussed. And then on the morning of January 5th, Ollie Alexander, whose firebrand style concerned Katrina Pearson, sent a similar text to a conservative journalist. Mr. Alexander said, "Tomorrow, Ellipse, then U.S. Capitol. Trump is supposed to order us to the Capitol at the end of his speech, but we will see." President Trump did follow through on his plan, using his January 6th speech to tell his supporters to march to the Capitol on January 6th. The evidence confirms that this was not a spontaneous call to action, but rather was a deliberate strategy decided upon in advance by the president. Another part of the president's strategy involves certain members of Congress who amplified his unsupported assertions that the election had been stolen. In the weeks after the election, the White House coordinated closely with President Trump's allies in Congress to disseminate his false claims and to encourage members of the public to fight the outcome on January 6. We know that the president met with various members to discuss January 6 well before the joint session. The president's private schedule for December 21st, 2020 shows a private meeting with Republican members of Congress. We know that Vice President Pence, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and Rudy Giuliani also attended that meeting. We obtained an email that was sent from Congressman Mo Brooks of Alabama to Mark Meadows setting up that meeting. The subject line is White House meeting December 21st regarding January 6th. In his email, Congressman Brooks explained that he had not asked anyone to join him in the, quote, January 6th effort, because in his view, quote, only citizens can exert the necessary influence on senators and congressmen to join this fight against massive voter fraud and election theft. At this point, you may also recall testimony given in our earlier hearing by Acting Attorney General Richard Donahue, who said that the president asked the Department of Justice to, quote, just say that the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman. According to White House visitor logs obtained by the committee, members of Congress present at the White House on December 21st included Congressman Brian Babin, Andy Biggs, Matt Gaetz, Louis Gohmert, Paul Gosar, Andy Harris, Jody Heiss, Jim Jordan, and Scott Perry. Then Congresswoman-elect Marjorie Taylor Greene was also there. We heard testimony in an early hearing that a pardon was ultimately requested by Congressman Mo Brooks and other members of Congress who attended this meeting. We've asked witnesses what happened during the December 21st meeting, and we've learned that part of the discussion centered on the role of the vice president during the counting of the electoral votes. These members of Congress were discussing what would later be known as the Eastman theory, which was being pushed by attorney John Eastman. In one of our earlier hearings, you heard in great detail that President Trump was trying to convince Vice President Pence to do something illegal. His White House counsel confirmed all of that in testimony last week.
Your view, Mr. Cipollone, upon those discussions with Mr. Philbin, with Greg Jacob, what was your assessment as to what the Vice President could or could not do in the joint session?
What was my assessment about what he could or couldn't do?
Yes, your view of the issue.
My view is that the vice president didn't have the legal authority to do anything except what he did.
They both told us, Mr. Philbin and Mr. Jacob, that they looked very closely at the Eastman memos, the Eastman theory, and thought that it had no basis, that it was not a strategy that the president should pursue. It sounds like that's consistent with your impression as well.
My impression would have been informed certainly by them.
Campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told us that Mr. Cipollone thought John Eastman's theories were nutty, something Mr. Cipollone wouldn't refute.
We received testimony from various people about this. One was Jason Miller, who was on the campaign, said that what was communicated to me was that Pat Cipollone thought the idea was nutty, and at one point confronted Eastman basically with the same sentiment.
I don't have any reason to contradict what he said.
On January 4th, John Eastman went to the White House to meet with the president and vice president. Mr. Cipollone tried to participate in this meeting, but he was apparently turned away.
You didn't go to the meeting in the Oval Office where Eastman met with the president and with the vice president. Do you remember why you didn't personally attend?
I did walk to that meeting, and I did go into the Oval Office with the idea of attending that meeting, and I ultimately did not attend that meeting.
Why not?
The reasons for that are privilege.
Okay. Were you asked to not attend the meeting, or did you make a personal decision not to attend the meeting?
Again, without getting into privilege.
Recall that Greg Jacob, the vice president's counsel, stated that Mr. Eastman acknowledged he would lose 9-0 if his legal theory were challenged in the Supreme Court. Mr. Cipollone had reviewed Mr. Eastman's legal theory and expressed his view repeatedly that the vice president was right. He even offered to take the blame for the vice president's position.
I thought that the vice president did not have the authority to do what was being suggested, under a proper reading of the law. I conveyed that. Okay. I think I actually told somebody, in the vice president's, just blame me. This is, I'm not a politician, I don't, but I just said, I'm a lawyer. This is my legal opinion. But let me tell you this. Can I say a word about the vice president?
Please.
I think the vice president did the right thing. I think he did the courageous thing. I have a great deal of respect for Vice President Pence. I worked with him very closely. I think he understood my opinion. I think he understood my opinion afterwards as well. I think he did a great service to this country. And I think I suggested to somebody that he should be given the Presidential Medal of Freedom for his actions.
Earlier this year, a federal district court judge concluded that President Trump and Mr. Eastman, relying on Mr. Eastman's theory, more likely than not violated multiple federal criminal laws in their pressure campaign against the vice president. Also recall earlier in this hearing, we saw that Rudy Giuliani's team did not have actual evidence of fraud sufficient to change the result of the election. That's important because as January 6th approached, the Republican members of the House and Senate were looking for reason to object to the electors, and no real evidence was ever given to them. And we know that Republican members of the House received a memorandum from the chairwoman of the House Republican Caucus in the days before January 6th, explaining in detail the many constitutional and legal problems with objections and describing the principled judicial rulings dismissing the claims of widespread fraud. But their plan to object to the certification of the election on January 6th went forward anyway. The next day, on January 5th, the day before the attack on the Capitol, tens of thousands of people converged on Washington. While certain close associates of President Trump privately expressed concerns about what would occur on January 6th, other members of the president's inner circle spoke with great anticipation about the events to come. The committee has learned from the White House phone logs that the president spoke to Steve Bannon, his close advisor, at least twice on January 5th. The first conversation they had lasted for 11 minutes. Listen to what Mr. Bannon said that day after the first call he had with the president.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's all converging, and now we're on, as they say, the point of attack, right? The point of attack tomorrow. I'll tell you this. It's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen. Okay, it's going to be quite extraordinarily different. And all I can say is strap in.
From those same phone logs, we know that the president and Mr. Bannon spoke again on the phone that evening, this time for 6 minutes. That same day, on the eve of January 6th, supporters of President Trump gathered in Washington, D.C. at another rally. This rally was held at Freedom Plaza, which is located near the White House, and featured some of the speakers who Katrina Pearson and others deemed too extreme to share the stage with the president the next morning. And as this rally was underway, the president asked members of his staff to come to the Oval Office. Let's hear from the White House aides who were in the Oval Office that night.
I was in the office, in the Oval Office, and he had asked me to open the door so that he could hear. I guess there was a concert or a rap or something going on.
Did he say anything other than just open the door?
He made a comment. I don't remember specifically what he said, but there's a lot of energy.
When we walked in, the staff was kind of standing up and assembled along the wall, and the president was at the desk, and Dan Scavino was on the couch, and the president was dictating a tweet that he wanted Scavino to send out. Then the president started talking about the rally the next day. He had the door of the Oval open to the Rose Garden because you could hear the crowd already assembled outside on the ellipse, and they were playing music, and it was so loud that you could feel it shaking in the Oval. He was in a very good mood, and I say that because he had not been in a good mood for weeks leading up to that, and then it seemed like he was in a fantastic mood that evening.
He asked if
members of Congress would be with him tomorrow.
And what did you understand by meaning voting in his favor as opposed to physically with him or anything like that?
Yeah, and I took that to mean not voting to certify the election.
Then he did look to the staff and ask for ideas of how, if I recall, he said that we could make the rhinos do the right thing, is the way he phrased it. And no one spoke up initially because I think everyone was trying to process what that he meant by that.
The president was making notes then, talking then about we should go up to the Capitol. What's the best route to go to the Capitol?
I said he should focus on policy accomplishments. I didn't mention.
What was his response?
He acknowledged that and said we've had a lot, something along those lines, and then he fairly quickly moved to how fired up the crowd was going to be.
And what did he say about it?
Just that they were fired up, they were angry, they feel like the election has been stolen, that the election was rigged.
Did he give any indication of how he knew that the crowd was fired up or angry?
He continued to reference being able to hear them outside.
Through the open door of the Oval Office, the president could hear the sound of the crowd and the music at the rally at the Freedom Plaza. And these are some of the things that they were saying there at the plaza, just blocks from where the president sat that evening, excited for the next day.
This is nothing less than an epic struggle for the future of this country between dark and light, between the godly and the godless, between good and evil. And we will win this fight, or America would step off into 1,000 years of darkness.
Tomorrow, trust me, the American people that are standing on the soil that we are standing on tonight, and they're going to be standing on this soil tomorrow, this is soil that we have fought for, and we will fight for in the future. The members of Congress, the members of the House of Representatives, the members of the United States Senate, those of you who are feeling weak tonight, those of you that don't have the moral fiber in your body, get some tonight, because tomorrow we the people are going to be here, and we want you to know that we will not stand for a lie. We will not stand for a lie.
I want them to know that 1776 is always an option. These degenerates in the deep state are going to give us what we want, or we are going to shut this country down.
It's 1776! 1776! 1776! 1776!
At 5:05 p.m., as the Freedom Plaza rally was underway just blocks away, President Trump tweeted, "Washington is being inundated with people who don't want to see an election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats. Our country has had enough. They won't take it anymore." To the crowds gathering in D.C., he added, "We hear you and love you from the Oval Office." The committee has learned that on January 5th, there were serious concerns at Twitter about the anticipated violence the next day. Listen to what the Twitter witness told us about their desperate efforts to get Twitter to do something.
What was your gut feeling on the night of January 5th?
I believe I sent a Slack message to someone that said something along the lines of, when people are shooting each other tomorrow, I will try and rest in the knowledge that we tried. And so I went to, I don't know that I slept that night, to be honest with you. I was on pins and needles because, again, for months I had been begging and anticipating and attempting to raise the reality that if we made no intervention into what I saw occurring, people were going to die. And on January 5th, I realized no intervention was coming. And even as hard as I had tried to create one or implement one, there was nothing, and we were at the whims and the mercy of a violent crowd that was locked and loaded.
And just for the record, this was content that was echoing statements by the former president, but also Proud Boys and other known violent extremist groups.
Yeah.
There were also concerns among members of Congress. We have a recently released recording of a conversation that took place among Republican members in the U.S. Capitol on the eve of January 6th. This is Republican Congresswoman Debbie Lesko from Arizona, who led some of.
I also asked leadership to come up with a safety plan for members. I'm actually very concerned about this because we have who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people coming here. We have Antifa. We also have, quite honestly, Trump supporters who actually believe that we are going to overturn the election. And when that doesn't happen, most likely will not happen, they are going to go nuts.
That same evening, as President Trump listened to the rally from the Oval Office, he was also working on his speech to be delivered the next day. And based on documents we've received from the National Archives, including multiple drafts of the president's speech, as well as from witness testimony, we understand how that speech devolved into a call to action and a call to fight. One of the first edits President Trump made to his speech was to incorporate his 5:05 p.m. tweet, revising his speech to say, "All of us are here today, do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore." He also added, "Together, we will stop the steal." President Trump's edits continued into the morning of January 6th. And as you can see from the president's daily diary here, the president spoke to his chief speechwriter, Stephen Miller, for over 25 minutes that morning. Following his call with Mr. Miller, President Trump inserted for the first time a line in his speech that said, quote, "And we will see whether Mike Pence enters history as a truly great and courageous leader. All he has to do is refer the illegally submitted electoral votes back to the states that were given false and fraudulent information where they want to recertify." No prior version of this speech had referenced Vice President Pence or his role during the joint session on January 6th. These last-minute edits by President Trump to his speech were part of the president's pressure campaign against his own vice president. But not everyone wanted these lines regarding the vice president included in the president's speech, including White House lawyer Eric Hirschman.
Did you ever speak to anybody in the White House at the time about this disagreement between the president and the vice president, other than the president, based on the objection from your counsel?
Maybe had a brief conversation about it with Eric Hirschman.
Tell me about that. What do you remember him saying to you about this disagreement?
I just remember him saying that that he had a I don't want to get this wrong. Sort of something to the effect of thinking that it would be counterproductive. I think he thought to discuss the matter publicly.
So it came up in the context of editing the president's speech on January the 6th?
It just came up in the conversation where Eric knew it was in the speech, and so he had a sidebar with me about it.
And so the speechwriters took that advice and removed the lines about Vice President Pence. And later that morning at 11:20 a.m., President Trump had a phone call with the vice president. And as the committee detailed in an earlier hearing, that phone call was, by all accounts, tense and heated. During this call, the vice president told the president that he would not attempt to change the outcome of the election. In response, the president called the vice president of the United States a wimp and other derogatory words. As you can see in this email, after Vice President Pence told President Trump that he would not unilaterally deliver him a second term in office, the speechwriters were directed to reinsert the Mike Pence lines. Here's how one of the speechwriters described President Trump's last-minute change to the speech.
And as I recall, there was a very tough sentence about the vice president that was added.
President Trump wanted to use his speech to attack Vice President Pence in front of a crowd of thousands of angry supporters who had been led to believe the election was stolen. When President Trump arrived at the Ellipse to deliver his speech, he was still worked up from his call with Vice President Pence. And although Ivanka Trump would not say so, her chief of staff gave the committee some insight into the president's frustration.
Been reported that you ultimately decided to attend the rally because you hoped that you would calm the president and keep the event on an even keel. Is that accurate?
No, I don't know who said that or where that came from.
What did she share with you about why it was concerning that her father was upset or agitated after that call with Vice President Pence in relation to the Ellipse rally? Why did that matter? Why did he have to be calmed down, I should say?
Well, she shared that he had called the vice president a not an expletive word. I think that bothered her, and I think she could tell based on the conversations and what was going on in the office that he was angry and upset, and people were providing misinformation. And she felt like she might be able to help calm this situation down, at least before he went on to stage.
The president did go on stage, and then he gave the speech that he wanted to give. It included the formal changes he had requested the night before and in that morning, but also many important last-minute ad-lib changes. A single scripted reference in the speech to Mike Pence became 8. A single scripted reference to rally-goers marching to the Capitol became 4, with President Trump ad-libbing that he would be joining the protesters at the Capitol. Added throughout his speech were references to fighting and the need for people to have courage and to be strong. The word peacefully was in the staff-written script and used only once. Here are some of these ad-lib changes that the president made to his speech.
Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
White House counsel Pat Cipollone and his deputy did not attend the speech, and they were concerned that the statements in the speech about the election were false. In fact, the message that President Trump delivered that day was built on a foundation of lies. He lied to his supporters that the election was stolen. He stoked their anger. He called for them to fight for him. He directed them to the U.S. Capitol. He told them he would join them, and his supporters believed him, and many headed towards the Capitol. As a result, people died. People were injured. Many of his supporters' lives will never be the same. President Trump's former campaign manager, Brad Parscale, recognized the impact of the speech immediately. And this is what he said on January 6 in excerpts from text messages to Katrina Pearson. Mr. Parscale said, quote, "This is about Trump pushing for uncertainty in our country, a sitting president asking for civil war." And then when he said, This week, I feel guilty for helping him win. Katrina Pearson responded, you did what you felt right at the time, and therefore it was right. Mr. Pascal added, yeah, but a woman is dead. And yeah, if I was Trump and I knew my rhetoric killed someone. When Ms. Pearson replied, it wasn't the rhetoric, Mr. Pascal said, Katrina, yes, it was. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. We're joined today by Mr. Jason Van Tavenhove and Mr. Stephen Ayers. Mr. Tavenhove is an artist and journalist. He's a former spokesman of the Oath Keepers and a former close associate of Elmer Stewart Rhodes, the founder and president of the Oath Keepers, who has been charged with seditious conspiracy in relation to the Capitol attack. Mr. Van Tatenhove broke with the Oath Keepers and has since spoken out forcefully against the violent group. Mr. Ayers is a former supporter of President Trump. He answered the president's call to come to Washington, D.C. on January 6th. He marched to the Capitol on the president's orders. He pleaded guilty last month to disorderly and disruptive conduct at the Capitol. Mr. Ayers, who no longer supports President Trump, came forward voluntarily to share his story as a warning. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. I recognize myself for questions. Today, we've discussed how President Trump summoned an angry mob of supporters to Washington, D.C., many of whom came prepared to do battle against police and politicians alike. We're fortunate enough to be joined by two witnesses who can help us understand who was in the mob that day. Both hardcore violent extremists like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys and average Trump supporters swept up in the fervor of the day. Mr. Van Tatenhove, can you help us understand who the Oath Keepers are?
I can, thank you. My time with the Oath Keepers began back at Bundy Ranch with that first standoff when I went to cover them as an independent journalist. I then subsequently covered two more standoffs, the Sugar Pine Mine standoff and the White Hope Mine standoff. It was at that time that I was offered a job as national media director and an associate editor for the webpage. So I spent a few years with the Oath Keepers, and I can tell you that they may not like to call themselves a militia, but they are. They're a violent militia, and they are largely Stewart Rhodes. And I think, rather than try to use words, I think the best illustration for what the Oath Keepers are happened January 6th, when we saw that stacked military formation going up the stairs of our Capitol. I saw radicalization that started with my beginning of my time with them and continued over a period of time as the member base and who it was that Stewart Rhodes was courting drifted further and further right into the alt-right world, into white nationalists, and even straight up racists. And it came to a point where I could no longer continue to work for them. But the Oath Keepers are a dangerous militia that is in large part fed by the ego and drive of Stewart Rhodes, who at times seemed to see himself as this paramilitary leader. I think that drove a lot of it. So in my opinion, the Oath Keepers are a very dangerous organization.
Well, thank you very much. You've talked a little bit about that danger. So what is the Oath Keepers' vision for America, and why should Americans be concerned about it?
I think we saw a glimpse of what the vision of the Oath Keepers is on January 6th. It doesn't necessarily include the rule of law. It doesn't necessarily include, it includes violence. It includes trying to get their way through lies, through deceit, through intimidation, and through the perpetration of violence. The swaying of people who may not know better through lies and rhetoric and propaganda that can get swept up in these moments. And I'll admit I was swept up at one point as well too. But I don't know if that answers the question.
Well, it does, and you talk about being swept up. So at what point did you break with the Oath Keepers?
There came a point, there were many red flags, and I probably should have broke with them much earlier than I did. But the straw that broke the camel's back really came when I walked into a grocery store. We were living up in the very remote town of Eureka, Montana, and there was a group of core members of the group of the Oath Keepers and some associates, and they were having a conversation at that public area where they were talking about how the Holocaust was not real. And that was, for me, something I just could not abide. And, you know, we were not wealthy people at all. We were barely surviving, and it didn't matter. I went home to my wife and my kids, and I told them that I've got to walk away at this point. I don't know how we're going to survive or where we're going to go or what we're going to do, but I just can no longer continue, and put in my resignation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ayers, there were many people in the crowd that day, January 6th, including you, who were not part of an extremist group. I'd like to start by having you tell the American people a little bit about yourself. Can you tell us about your life before January 6th?
Yeah, basically nothing but a family man and a working man. Worked at the company, a cabinet company up in Northeast Ohio for going on 20 years. You know, family's my life. I was a supervisor there, so that took up a lot of my other, a lot of my free time. Other than that, with my family, camping, playing basketball, playing games with my son.
Just what any ordinary American citizen, family man would do.
Yep, exactly.
So this committee has reviewed thousands of hours of surveillance footage from January 6th. During this review, we identified you entering the Capitol as we see in this video. Mr. Ayers, why did you decide to come to Washington on January 6th?
For me personally, I was, pretty hardcore into the social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I followed, President Trump, on all of the websites, he basically put out, come to Stop the Steal rally, and I felt like I needed to be down here.
So you basically learned about the rally on social media and at some point made a decision to come to Washington.
Yep. I had some friends I found out were coming down, and I just hopped on with them right at the tail end when I found out and came down here with them.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes the vice chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any questions she may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ayers, when you entered the Capitol last year, did you believe that the election had been stolen?
At that time, yeah. Everything that I was seeing online, I definitely believe that that's exactly what that was the case.
And when you heard from President Trump that the election was stolen, how did that make you feel?
Oh, I was very upset, as were most of his supporters. That's basically what got me to come down here.
And do you still believe the election was stolen?
Not so much now. I got away from all the social media when January 6th happened. Basically deleted it all. I started doing my own research and everything. And for me, for something like that to be that, for that to actually take place, it's too big. There's no way you can keep something like that quiet, as big as something like that. With all the lawsuits being shot down one after another, that was mainly what convinced me.
Well, and I think that's very important. And we've also talked about today and in previous hearings the extent to which the president himself was told that the election hadn't been stolen by his Justice Department, by his White House counsel, by his campaign. Would it have made a difference to you to know that President Trump himself had no evidence of widespread fraud?
Oh, definitely. Who knows? I may not have come down here then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier today, we showed how Donald Trump's December 19th tweet summoned both extremist groups as well as rank-and-file supporters of President Trump to come to Washington, D.C., average Americans. He told them to, quote, "Be there, we'll be wild," and they came. We showed how how President Trump repeatedly told them, "Fight, fight, fight," and they marched to the Capitol. Mr. Ayers, you were in that crowd at the rally, and then the crowd that marched to the Capitol. When you arrived on the ellipse that morning, were you planning on going to the Capitol?
No, we didn't actually plan to go down there. We went basically to see the Stop the Steal rally, and that was it.
So why'd you decide to march to the Capitol?
Well, basically, the president, got everybody riled up, told everybody to head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
After the president's speech, as you're marching down to the Capitol, how did you feel?
I'm angry, after everything that was basically said in the speech. A lot of the stuff he said, he already put out in tweets. I've already seen it and heard it before. So, I was already worked up, and so were most of the people there.
So as you started marching, did you think there was still a chance the election would be overturned?
Yeah, at that time I did, because everybody was kind of like in the hope that, Vice President Pence was not going to certify the election. Also the whole time on our way down there, we kept hearing about this big reveal I remember us talking about, and we kind of thought maybe that was it. So that hope was there.
Did you think that the president would be marching with you?
Yeah, I think everybody thought he was going to be coming down. He said in his speech, kind of like he's going to be there with us. So, I think I believed it.
I understand. We know that you illegally entered the Capitol that afternoon and then left the Capitol area later on. What made you decide to leave?
Basically, when President Trump put his tweet out, we literally left right after that come out. To me, if he would have done that earlier in the day, 1:30, we wouldn't be in this, maybe we wouldn't be in this bad of a situation or something.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Van Tatenhoff, in the run-up to January 6th, Stuart Rhodes publicly implored President Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act, the 1807 law that allows the president to call up militias to put down a rebellion against the United States. And I want to get your thoughts about this in the context of your prior relationship with Stuart Rhodes. I understand that you had conversations with Rhodes about the Insurrection Act. Why was he so fixated on that? And what did he think it would enable the Oath Keepers to do?
Well, I think it gave him a sense of legitimacy, that it was a path forward to move forward with his goals and agendas. I think we need to quit mincing words and just talk about truths. And what it was going to be was an armed revolution. I mean, people died that day. Law enforcement officers died this day. There was a gallows set up in front of the Capitol. This could have been the spark that started a new civil war, and no one would have won there. That would have been good for no one. He was always looking for ways to legitimize what he was doing, whether by wrapping it in the trappings of it's not a militia, it's a community preparedness team. We're not a militia, we're an educational outreach group. It's a veteran support group. But again, we've got to stop with this dishonesty and the mincing of words and just call things for what they are. You know, he's a militia leader. He had these grand visions of being a paramilitary leader, and the Insurrection Act would have given him a path forward with that. You know, the fact that the president was communicating, whether directly or indirectly, messaging, you know, kind of that gave him the nod. And all I can do is thank the gods that things did not go any worse that day.
What did the Oath Keepers see in President Trump?
They saw a path forward that would have legitimacy. They saw opportunity, I think, in my opinion, to become a paramilitary force, you know?
Last week, the Department of Justice indicated that it has evidence of the Oath Keepers bringing not just firearms, but explosives to Washington ahead of January 6th. And the committee's also learned that Stuart Rhodes stopped to buy weapons on his way to Washington and shipped roughly $7,000 worth of tactical gear to a January 6th rally planner in Virginia before the attack. Did you ever hear Rhodes discuss committing violence against elected political leaders?
Yeah, I mean, that went back from the very beginning of my tenure. One of the first assignments that he brought to me, wanting me to do as more of a graphic artist function, was to create a deck of cards. You may remember back to the conflict in the Middle East, where our own military created a deck of cards, which was a who's who of kind of the key players on the other side that they wanted to take out. And Stuart was very intrigued by that notion and influenced by it, I think. And he wanted me to create a deck of cards that would include different politicians, judges, including up to Hillary Clinton as the Queen of Hearts. This is a project that I refused to do. But from the very start, we saw that. There was always the push for military training, including there were courses in that community that went over explosives training. So yeah, this all falls in line.
Mr. Van Tatenhoff, you say in your very thoughtful written testimony that we received today that you fear what the next election cycle will bring. And you also say that we have been exceedingly lucky in that we have not seen more bloodshed so far. I wonder if you would elaborate on those two statements.
I think as far as the luck goes, we've had the potential from Bundy Ranch on. I mean, being boots on the ground at these standoffs, and they were standoffs where there were firearms pointed across lines at federal law enforcement agencies, you know, whatever it may be with that particular standoff. But I think we've gotten exceedingly lucky that more bloodshed did not happen because the potential has been there from the start. And we got very lucky that the loss of life was, and as tragic as it is, that we saw on January 6th, the potential was so much more. Again, all we have to look at is the iconic images of that day with the gallows set up for Mike Pence, for the Vice President of the United States. You know, and I do fear for this next election cycle, because who knows what that might bring. If a president that's willing to try to instill and encourage, to whip up a civil war amongst his followers using lies and deceit and snake oil, and regardless of the human impact, what else is he going to do if he gets elected again? All bets are off at that point. And that's a scary notion. I have 3 daughters. I have a granddaughter. And I fear for the world that they will inherit if we do not start holding these people to account.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Van Tatenhoff. Mr. Ayers, I first want to ask you about what finally caused you to leave on January the 6th. We know that the medieval-style combat with our police, the occupation of the building, this was going on for several hours until the president issued at 4:17 a tweet, I believe, that included a video telling people to go home. Did you see that, and did that have any effect on what you were doing?
Well, when we were there, as soon as that come out, everybody started talking about it, and it seemed like it started to disperse, you know, some of the crowd. Obviously, you know, once we got back to the hotel room, we seen that it was still going on, but it definitely dispersed a lot of the crowd.
And then did you leave at that point?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we left.
So, in other words, that was the key moment when you decided to leave, when President Trump told people to go home.
Yeah, yep. We left right when that come out.
You were not a member of an organized group like the Oath Keepers or the Proud Boys, as most of the crowd wasn't. I wonder, on January 6th, was it your view that these far-right groups like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys and 3%ers and others were on your side? Did you have any reservations about marching with them and rallying with them?
Well, I definitely didn't have a problem. You know, I was probably following them online myself. You know, I thought, you know, hey, they're on our team, good. That's how I kind of looked at it at the time. You know, like, I didn't have a problem with it. I thought it was a good thing.
I'm interested in hearing about what's happened to you since the events of January 6th. You told the vice chair that you no longer believe Trump's big lie about the election, but that's what brought you originally to Washington. Looking back on it now, how do you reflect on the role that you played in the crowd that day, and what is going on in your life?
Basically, you know, I lost my job. Since this all happened, you know, pretty much sold my house. So everything that happened with the charges, you know, thank God, a lot of them did get dismissed because I was just holding my phone, but at the same time I was there. So I mean, it definitely, it changed my life, you know, and not for the good, definitely not for the, you know, for the better. Yeah, I mean, well, all I could say.
President Trump is still promoting the big lie about the election. How does that make you feel?
It makes me mad because I was hanging on every word he was saying. Everything he was putting out, I was following it. I mean, if I was doing it, hundreds of thousands or millions of other people are doing it, or maybe even still doing it. It's like he just said about that. You know, you got people still following and doing that. Who knows what the next election could come out? You know, they could end up being down the same path we are right now. I mean, just don't know.
Mr. Ayers, I see that your wife has joined you today, and welcome to Washington. We know this has been very difficult on you both and your family. What lessons, finally, do you want the American people to learn from the way you and your family have suffered as a result of these events?
Biggest thing is I consider myself a family man and I love my country. I don't think any one man is bigger than either one of those. I think that's what needs to be taken. You know, people dive into the politics, and for me, I felt like I had, you know, like horse blinders on. I was locked in the whole time. Biggest thing for me is take the blinders off, make sure you step back and see what's going on before it's too late.
Well, I want to thank you for your testimony and for appearing, both of you, today. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When Donald Trump sent out his tweet, he became the first president ever to call for a crowd to descend on the capital city to block the constitutional transfer of power. He set off an explosive chain reaction among his followers, but no one mobilized more quickly than the dangerous extremists that we've looked at today. Seizing upon his invitation to fight, they assembled their followers for an insurrectionary showdown against Congress and the vice president. On January 6th, Trump knew the crowd was angry. He knew the crowd was armed. He sent them to the Capitol anyway. You might imagine that our founders would have been shocked to learn that an American president would one day come to embrace and excuse political violence against our own institutions, or knowingly send an armed mob to attack the Capitol to usurp the will of the people. But you know, Mr. Chairman, the founders were pretty wise about certain things, and at the start of the Republic, they actually warned everyone about Donald Trump. Not by name, of course, but in the course of advising about the certain prospect that ambitious politicians would try to mobilize violent mobs to tear down our own institutions in service of their insatiable ambitions. In the very first Federalist paper, Alexander Hamilton observed that history teaches that opportunistic politicians who desire to rule at all costs will begin first as demagogues, pandering to the angry and malignant passions of the crowd, but then end up as tyrants, trampling the freedoms and the rights of the people. A violent insurrection to overturn an election is not an abstract thing, as we've heard. Hundreds of people were bloodied, injured, and wounded in the process, including more than 150 police officers, some of them sitting in this room today. I want to give you an update on one officer who was badly wounded in the attack and is well known to the members of this committee because he testified before us last year. Sergeant Aquilino Ganell is an Army veteran who spent a year on active combat duty in the Iraq War and then 16 years on the Capitol Force. Nothing he ever saw in combat in Iraq, he has said, prepared him for the insurrection, where he was savagely beaten, punched, pushed, kicked, shoved, stomped, and sprayed with chemical irritants, along with other officers, by members of a mob carrying hammers, knives, batons, and police shields taken by force, and wielding the American flag against police officers as a dangerous weapon. Last month, on June 28th, Sergeant Ganell's team of doctors told him that permanent injuries he has suffered to his left shoulder and right foot now make it impossible for him to continue as a police officer. He must leave policing for good and figure out the rest of his life. Sergeant Ganell, we wish you and your family all the best. We are here for you. We salute you for your valor, your eloquence, and your beautiful commitment to America. I wonder what former President Trump would say to someone like Sergeant Ganell, who must now go about remaking his life. I wonder if he could even understand what motivates a patriot like Sergeant Ganell. In his inaugural address, Trump introduced one commanding image: American carnage. Although that turn of phrase explained little about our country before he took office, it turned out to be an excellent prophecy of what his rage would come to visit on our people. Mr. Ayers just described how the trust he placed in President Trump as a camp follower derailed his life and nearly wrecked his reputation and his family. A few weeks ago, we heard Shay Moss and her mother, Ruby Freeman, Speaker Rusty Bowers from Arizona, and Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger describe how hate-filled intimidation campaigns by Trump and his followers made them prisoners in their homes and drove their stress and anxiety to soaring new heights when they refused to do Trump's bidding. American carnage, that's Donald Trump's true legacy. His desire to overthrow the people's election and seize the presidency interrupted the counting of electoral college votes for the first time in American history, nearly toppled the constitutional order, and brutalized hundreds and hundreds of people. The Watergate break-in was like a Cub Scout meeting compared to this assault on our people and our institutions. Mr. Chairman, these hearings have been significant for us and for millions of Americans, and our hearing next week will be a profound moment of reckoning for America. But the crucial thing is the next step. What this committee, what all of us will do to fortify our democracy against coups, political violence, and campaigns to steal elections away from the people. Unlike Mr. Ayers and Mr. Van Tatenhove, people who have recovered and evolved from their descent into the hell of fanaticism, Donald Trump has only expanded his big lie to cover January 6th itself. He asserts the insurrection was the real election, and the election was the real insurrection. He says his mob greeted our police officers on January 6th with hugs and kisses. He threatens to take one of America's two major political parties with him down the road to authoritarianism, and it is Abraham Lincoln's party, no less. The political scientists tell us that authoritarian parties have two essential features in common in history and around the world. They do not accept the results of democratic elections when they lose, and they embrace political violence as legitimate. And the problem of incitement to political violence has only grown more serious in the internet age, as we have just heard. But this is not the problem of one party, it is the problem of the whole country now. American democracy, Mr. Chairman, is a precious inheritance, something rare in the history of the world and even on earth today. Constitutional democracy is the silver frame, as Lincoln put it, upon which the golden apple of freedom rests. We need to defend both our democracy and our freedom with everything we have and declare that this American carnage ends here and now. In a world of resurgent authoritarianism and racism and anti-Semitism, let's all hang tough for American democracy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At one of our first hearings, Chairman Thompson explained that the members of this committee would not spend much time talking about ourselves. Rather, we would let the evidence play the leading role. And the chairman was right, because this isn't about promoting ourselves as individuals, it's about protecting the country we love. And it's about preserving what actually makes America great: the rule of law, free and fair elections, and the peaceful transfer of power from one elected leader to the next. But if I may say a word about myself and why I'm proud to serve on this committee. I'm the only member of this committee who was not blessed to be born an American. I was born in Vietnam after the Vietnam War, and my family and I fled a communist government and were rescued by the U.S. Navy and were given sanctuary in America. My patriotism is rooted in my gratitude for America's grace and generosity. I love this country. On January 6th, 4 decades after my family fled a place where political power was seized through violence, I was in the United States Capitol, fleeing my fellow Americans. Members of the angry mob had been lied to by a president and the other powerful people who tried to convince them without evidence that the election had been stolen from them. Some of them then tried to use physical violence to overturn the outcome of a free and fair election. Our committee's overriding objective is to fight fiction with facts, to create a full account for the American people and for the historical record, to tell the truth of what happened and why it happened, to make recommendations so it never happens again, to defend our democracy. To me, there's nothing more patriotic than that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me put what you have seen today in a broader context. At the very outset of our hearings, we described several elements of President Trump's multi-part plan to overturn the 2020 election. Our hearings have now covered all but one of those elements: an organized campaign to persuade millions of Americans of a falsehood that the 2020 election was stolen by widespread fraud, a corrupt effort to pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes, an effort to corrupt the U.S. Department of Justice, efforts to pressure state election officials and legislators to change state election results, a scheme to create and submit fake electoral slates from multiple states. And today, you saw how President Trump summoned a mob to Washington for January 6th, and then, knowing that that mob was armed, directed that mob to the United States Capitol. Every one of these elements of the planning for January 6th is an independently serious matter. They were all ultimately focused on overturning the election, and they all have one other thing in common. Donald Trump participated in each substantially and personally. He oversaw or directed the activity of those involved. Next week, we will return to January 6th itself. As we have shown in prior hearings, Donald Trump and his legal team, led by Rudy Giuliani, were working on January 6th to delay or halt Congress's counting of electoral votes. The mob attacking and invading the Capitol on that afternoon of January 6th was achieving that result. And for multiple hours, Donald Trump refused to intervene to stop it. He would not instruct the mob to leave or condemn the violence. He would not order them to evacuate the Capitol and disperse. The many pleas for help from Congress did no good. His staff insisted that President Trump call off the attack. He would not. Here are a few of the many things you will hear next week from Mr. Cipollone.
Is that right?
I was, and others were. So.
Was it necessary for you to continue to push for a statement directing people to leave all the way through that period of time until it was ultimately issued after?
I felt it was my obligation to continue to push for that, and others felt it was their obligation as well.
Would it have been possible at any moment for the president to walk down to the podium in the briefing room and talk to the nation at any time between when you first gave him that advice at 2 o'clock and 4:17 when the video statement went out? Would that have been possible?
Would it have been possible?
Yes.
Yes, it would have been possible.
And you will hear that Donald Trump never picked up the phone that day to order his administration to help. This is not ambiguous. He did not call the military. His Secretary of Defense received no order. He did not call his Attorney General. He did not talk to the Department of Homeland Security. Mike Pence did all of those things. Donald Trump did not. We will walk through the events of January 6th next week, minute by minute. And one more item. After our last hearing, President Trump tried to call a witness in our investigation, a witness you have not yet seen in these hearings. That person declined to answer or respond to President Trump's call and instead alerted their lawyer to the call. Their lawyer alerted us, and this committee has supplied that information to the Department of Justice. Let me say one more time, we will take any effort to influence witness testimony very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. In my opening, I mentioned how we look to our leaders to serve as a fail-safe if people in this country refuse to accept the results of an election. That's part of the way those in positions of public trust uphold their oath, how they show fidelity to the Constitution. In the run-up to January 6th, Donald Trump had an obligation to tell his supporters to accept the results of the election. Instead, he urged them to further along the path toward mob violence. The idea of mob violence makes me think of another sort of fail-safe. All across this country, there are different ideas about what role the federal government should play in our lives. In fact, up here on this dais, there are plenty of different ideas. But there are moments when the institutions of our federal government are the fail-safe. I am from a part of the country where, had it not been for the federal government and the Constitution, my parents and many more Americans like them would have continued to be treated as second-class citizens. The freedom to be able to vote without harassment, travel in relative safety, and dine and sleep where you choose is because we have a government that looks over the well-being of its citizens. This is especially important in moments of crisis. When we have a natural disaster that state governments can't handle on their own, when there's an emergency that requires action by our public health services or our military, we have a federal government. What happened on January 6, 2020 was another one of those moments in history that test the strength of our federal government. January 6th was an attack on our country. It was an attack on our democracy, on our Constitution. A sitting president with a violent mob trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power from one president to another. It still makes my blood boil to think of it. In a moment like that, what would you expect to see? You expect to see the President of the United States sitting behind a resolute desk in the Oval Office, assuring the American people that the attack would be repelled and the threat would be dealt with. You'd expect to be reassured that there was a fail-safe. Instead, the President of the United States sent the mob. He disregarded the advice of the people who had taken an oath to the Constitution. He oversaw a scheme aided by people whose loyalty was only to Donald Trump. There's nothing we can compare that to. There's nothing in our great nation's history that has ever come close to that sort of betrayal and dereliction. Thank goodness, our system of government held in spite of a commander-in-chief who worked in opposition to what the Constitution designed. When this committee reconvenes, we'll tell the story of that supreme dereliction by the commander-in-chief, how close we came to a catastrophe for our democracy, and how we remain in serious danger. The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted witnesses and members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Okay. Yet another very interesting. And there you are, Renato. Look at you. Look at you. You look like you got some new internet.
Is that much better? Okay, good to know.
It is.
Sorry about that.
Yes. No worries. No worries. Welcome back. All right. So, wow. First of all, wow. Second of all, did Liz Cheney just tease yet another surprise witness for next week who possibly was tampered with by Donald Trump?
Well, yeah, I mean, she certainly teased a witness. I think what she was basically doing, the way I would put it, she put a marker And it was a warning of sorts to Trump. I mean, Trump just tried to make a phone call. The person didn't pick up. And, he'll say there's some innocent explanation for it. Basically, what she's telling him, because she knows he's going to be paying attention, he's probably watching, is when you call our witnesses, we know. When you send them texts or when you have people do it, we know. So you better watch what you're doing, pal. I mean, that's basically what she was doing. It was, I think some of her public call outs have been very effective, right? Because if you remember, she called out Cipollone to testify publicly at the end of
Yeah.
she had that moment where she was like, one of our witnesses got this text message. It was a little shady. She did that at the end of another one. This is kind of another one. I think it's a very effective strategy to use her pulpit there, whatever, to say, hey, by the way, this is something that's going on, so you better watch out. We're letting the Justice Department know. Just try to scare them off a little.
So in your professional opinion, she is she's got a strategy and she is playing it fully.
Yeah, she's using the cards that she has. I mean, look, one of the things, so you have to think about when you're investigating something, what power you have. And there's different types of investigations that have different levels of power or authority, right? This committee's not going to throw anyone in jail. Okay, so they can refer people to the Justice Department, like Steve Bannon. Maybe eventually they'll get in jail. But the point is, she's not sending out agents to search your home. But one thing she does do is she's going to let millions of people know what you're doing, and she'll let the Justice Department know what you're doing. And she probably knows Trump's scared of the Justice Department right now. So she's basically letting him know, like, hey, your phone calls to these people, they're not all as loyal as you think. They're just going to call their lawyer because they don't want to get in any trouble. And so that's the reality of the situation. So I think it's a very effective strategy rather than trying to keep it secret and let the Justice Department know behind the scenes. Like, just make an issue of it. And then you also make Trump seem small. Because look, part of what they're trying to do is hurt his standing within the Republican Party, particularly Liz Cheney, right? What Liz Cheney wants is the Republican Party to return to the party it was 20 years ago. And so when her dad was in charge of it. So she's basically trying to get people in her party to see him like a wimp, like a loser. He's probably calling, texting some young woman like Hutchinson, begging her not to testify, something like that.
Right. How effective do you, in your opinion, were the witnesses, the oath keeper witnesses we saw today, Jason Van Tottenhove and the other guy?
I thought it was interesting. I thought they were interesting. I mean, I got to tell you, I had some of my own questions to those guys. Like, these guys are freaking dumb. Like, what were you thinking? I mean, I understand you need a job. Like, this one guy's like, hey, we got to eat. Like, his family needed a job. But, like, I totally get it. You got to make ends meet. But, like, you didn't figure out till that long into it that these people were white nationalists, white supremacists, racists. Like, come on. I mean, yeah, I thought it was weird how he was like, well, then they went from white nationalist to outright racist, as if being a white nationalist itself isn't like racist attack, right? I mean, that's about as racist as you get. Just be like, let's restore white America or whatever the hell those people believe.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I thought it was more of like a warning. I thought it was two things. One, potentially speak out to people who were tempted by those groups or or whatever. And I think secondly, it was basically to people who were like, those are a bunch of extremists out there, to try to develop some understanding so that people were dismissing that threat or like, actually, okay, there's something to this and it's concerning. And, here's what people look like. I mean, I'd like to say that they seem like ordinary folk, but they really didn't. So I wouldn't say like, oh, could have been my neighbor or something. They seem kind of weird, but I thought it was interesting. What did you make of it? I'm curious what you thought.
Well, so here's what I felt. I felt like I was torn between wanting these guys to sack up and take responsibility for their own actions, but if they then take responsibility for their own actions and say, well, I'm responsible for it, then does that let Trump off the hook for having incited them? You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I know
both sides of my brain were like,
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think it lets Trump off the hook. I mean, the guy who got convicted, right, got a criminal conviction for entering the Capitol. That guy was doing typically what some of the people I prosecuted or my clients now do. Like they minimize the thing. Well, I was just sitting there on my phone. I wasn't doing anything, right? Like I wasn't
Yeah,
killing
yeah.
anybody in there. It's like, yeah, but come on, man, you were storming the Capitol with and it's part of a violent mob. Like obviously, you don't need to look at a law book or be a lawyer to know that there's something screwed up about that. Like, come on. And so, like, he could have. I mean, that guy really should have been like, you know what, I really screwed up, and I bear responsibility for what I did. I should not have been storming the Capitol. When I look back at it now, I feel like a complete idiot that I was so taken up on this that I did something so crazy and violent. I mean, we didn't hear it from that guy, and the other guy too was like, the guy who I'll call the I just had to eat guy. I just need to pay my bills. That guy,
Yeah.
that guy was like, well, it was a job. He was like an independent journalist, which I guess is some guy with a blog or something. And he's like, he just shows up and like, hey, you want a job? And he's like, hey, I need money. And I get it, but like, come on, man. Like, you didn't figure out you were carrying this group forward. You don't bear any responsibility. Like, you're like Pontius Pilate. There's like washing your hands, like of the whole thing. And what's up with that, man? Like, come on, you were in league with these guys. Like, I don't know.
Did you
I
get a
was very
sense
impressed with
that
them.
they were coached? Do you think that their testimony was coached ahead of time?
Well, yeah, I mean, okay, I'll tell you a secret, or maybe it's not a secret, but given what people think about these things, maybe it is. Every witness who testified, Cipollone, Hutchinson, every single witness, no matter who they are, has a lawyer preparing them before their testimony.
Oh, I
You would
knew
be
it.
an
I knew it.
absolute fool. Oh, yeah. You'd be an absolute fool not to have that. And that's just expected and understood. And in fact, it's so normal and so expected that at trial, if there's a trial, the judge would instruct the jury that it is totally, completely permissible for witnesses to speak to their attorneys and be interviewed and prepare for their testimony. And it's partly because you don't want to you want things to go smoothly. You saw how smoothly this went today. There wasn't like, hey, what are you talking about? Oh, you're referring to some document? What document are you referring to? What do you mean? Like, well, I'm not sure if I
Right.
remember that. Maybe if you show me my emails from back then, it'll refresh my memory. Like, there's none of that happening. Like, it's just all super smooth, and that's because they.
So okay, so I keep having to remind myself that this is not a criminal trial.
Correct.
It's not,
Not even close, man. Not even close.
right. But now here's what I want to know. In a criminal trial, right? It's not permissible for the prosecution to ahead of time to to like
Prepare the
circle up with the
witnesses. Yeah, it is.
witnesses. Is
Oh,
it?
yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you. Let me tell you a story. There's one guy so I was a prosecutor, and there's one guy I prosecuted who ripped off a very old man, elderly man of his life savings. And that man was so old and had, dementia that it was hard for him to say, he didn't say the same thing every time. Like it was just hard for him to keep everything straight. I must have
Sure,
prepared that
sure.
guy like 20 times, 30 times for that testimony. I've never prepared a witness more in my life. And it was
Wow.
just getting some of the basics down and helping walk him through it because it was hard for him. And so I was trying to help him by showing him all the stuff and kind of helping him create more recent memories so the guy could do it. So yeah, absolutely. Um, absolutely every single witness. And on the defense side, I'll make an issue of it. I'll be like, oh, we heard is this a highly rehearsed testimony of this cooperator. Of course, this flipper, he said, I blah, blah, blah. I'm like, this is some legalese. You could tell that, this guy, there's this guy's not going to talk that way. It was clearly programmed by the prosecution to say this, Of course, but there would be that cross-examination and that back and forth and that's what I'm saying. This is nothing like a trial. This is like, when I would say this is kind of like as a presentation to a grand jury. Presentation to a grand jury is where there's no other side. The prosecutor just puts in the evidence however they want. The rules of evidence don't apply. You can throw in hearsay, whatever you want. You put all the evidence there, and a bunch of grand jurors are like, yeah, there's something to it. Let's rubber stamp that indictment. That's sort of what this.
Okay. And in your opinion, if you had to grade the January 6th commission on their effectiveness, on the effectiveness of them presenting their case, how would you, like a letter grade, A, B, C, D, F?
Yeah.
How would you
I
grade
mean, if
them?
I'll put it this way, it's certainly in the A category, whether it's an A or an A plus, because this is so much more effective than any other congressional committee I've ever seen in my
Really?
life. Well, think about it. Haven't you ever, are you watching, Dad, you must have watched some of these congressional committees, right?
Yeah, no,
And
but
it's always like
it's
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 brutal.
impressive. It's impressive to me to hear you with your legal background, you being impressed like either A or A plus to that degree, and then
Well, it's also
saying
because I
that,
don't say, I'm not a BS artist, right? So in other words, you could tell I'm not just telling you what you want to hear. So I wouldn't say that otherwise, right? I mean,
yeah, yeah,
yeah, but I mean, you usually don't. Haven't you seen these committee hearings? Usually, it's like politicians going on and on. They ask a question. Their question is them giving a speech for half a minute, and then by the time
speechifying, yeah,
the witness gets to talk, they've either run out of time. The witness like, sorry, reclaim my time. Like the witness doesn't get to say anything, or you forget the question because the politician's been talking on for so long. So this was very succinct, very to the point. It was all very carefully choreographed and orchestrated. No, I mean, this was clearly there's somebody behind this. I mean, I think I read something. There's some like TV executive who helped them put this together or something. Whatever
ABC
they did,
producer, yeah,
yeah, some guy who knew what he was doing or a woman, I don't know. But good for that person. Whoever did that did a great job. I obviously also part of the thing that happened, and this is sort of a womp womp moment for the Trump folks, is they decided not to participate because so originally the plan was to have a bipartisan commission, and they said no. The Trumpsters said no. Trump supporters said no, or Trump associates. So then they're like, okay, we'll do it on a congressional committee. The Republicans, we had a chance to appoint their people, and they wanted to appoint, I don't know, Jim, I don't remember, some guy was in league with Trump. They're like, no,
Jim
we need a
Jordan,
different
yeah,
name. And they're like, no, screw you. We're not gonna appoint anybody. And so the Democrats just took
so
whatever
stupid,
Republicans wanted to do it and just going for it anyway.
yeah,
Because this would be
yeah.
way worse if Jim Jordan was there with his just irrelevant guests, right? It would just be a
Yeah,
different experience.
indeed. Let me ask you another question. I've seen we saw testimony from a Twitter employee, with the
Yes.
voice modulated thing, a couple of times, and that employee was concerned that Twitter had not interceded, didn't step in and stop Trump from
Right.
using their platform to incite violence. Does Is there any legal exposure to Twitter for failing to intervene sooner?
Potentially. And what is what I'll call the difference we talked about, like something being unlawful versus criminal. This would be like civil liability. So it's not like, Twitter's going to go to Twitter jail or something. Okay. It's throw the little bird in jail. No, it's like, no, what it is that they could get sued. Let's just say your dad was a Capitol Police officer, committed suicide. Yes, or he can't. Your husband is the officer can't walk anymore. It's like whatever it is. You sue Twitter, and you're like, there's going to be an attack. You could have stopped it, and this and that. So a very sympathetic plaintiff, right? I mean, what jury wouldn't want to help the widow of the police officer versus some big corporation pockets, right?
Right,
So
right.
yeah, so yeah.
Oh, so you in terms of lawsuits,
Sure.
they could be sued.
There's a
Yeah,
plaintiff's attorney is like, I'll represent the grieving widow against the big corporation. A lot
yeah.
of people don't like Twitter, no matter what. Even the Trump people, the Trump people don't like Twitter. Some people on the left don't like Twitter. Plenty of jurors out there who might be like, yeah, I'll help the widow of the police officer. So
I found there was a part here where they displayed some text messages between Brad Parscale and Katrina
okay.
Pearson. And I found that very interesting, just because, we know Brad Parscale, both of them are like major insiders. Brad Parscale was in charge of their social media, their digital strategy, and Katrina Pearson was like a spin doctor or whatever,
Whatever. Yeah.
messaging. Um, and Brad Parscale seemed like really just unnerved by what had happened and what was happening. He said, like a woman had died. And then Katrina Pearson was like, man, you knew it was coming anyway. And I'm like, holy shit. Like they totally knew what a complete and utter shit show it was. It was just a difference of opinion between uh, Brad and Katrina as, well, this is horrible. And she's like, what did you expect? So
Yeah. I think there's a almost like a. It's interesting because obviously she's the one, but I think there's almost behind the Trump thing where, like, he called Pence the P word, right? I think she's almost
yeah,
saying to him, like, don't be the P word, like don't be a wimp.
yeah.
We all knew what was going to happen. Like, come on, like whatever. Like, who cares? Put it to the side. Not a big deal. And you knew what I think her final comment was like, well, you thought what you were doing was right, so it was right. I mean, something like that, right? Just like she totally dismissive of the whole thing. Now, but I
So
will
is
say,
is that is that evidence then of a behind the scenes narrative? Like if the people closest to Trump were well aware of this, um, and had that kind of, you know, yeah, of course, this was going to happen attitude. Is that possibly evidence that Trump knew as well, and just you know, uh,
probably
no,
not. I mean, the way that's going
no,
to go down is Pascal, by the way, had been fired. I don't know, at some point in the middle. He was
yeah,
leading Trump to the loss, which ended up happening. But Pascal, who I think's got legal problems of his own, if I recall correctly, basically it's easy to be remorseful about Trump when you're on the outs. I mean, as much as I find Michael Cohen entertaining, he's much more critical of Donald Trump now that he's on the opposite
rolled under
side
the
of it.
bus.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Okay, so suddenly now you got this. You after you serve the guy for years, you suddenly have a different view, right? The same thing with Pascal. Okay, so Pascal suddenly found Jesus after Trump threw him under the bus, fired him, whatever. And he's talking to Pearson, and Pearson's going to say probably if you ask her, I don't know, I'm just guessing. Oh, I was just humoring Pascal. I felt bad for the guy. I was just trying to tell him something. You know, trying to, get him to buck up. I don't know what she's going to say, but Trump's going to be like, I have no idea what these people are talking about. I don't, and that probably wouldn't be admissible in a trial with these other two people. Like, in other words, there's a trial of me for fraud, and we're going to introduce evidence of, you and Chip talking to each other about something else. Even if you're going to say something about what I said or what you saw about me, you got to come in and testify yourself.
if you had to put a percentage on the likelihood that uh, that Merrick Garland uh, will bring official charges to Donald Trump based on what we have seen thus far, what percentage of likelihood is that? 50%, 75%, 100%? What do you think? As a
So,
prosecutor,
yeah, I know. Now, partly though, you're asking me to judge the man because here's the thing. Let's just say if
judge
I was
away.
AG, right? Based on the prior hearing we had with Hutchinson, we were talking about this beforehand, right? Where I said, I really didn't think the evidence was there, and then I thought there was enough, right? There was enough where I would be figuring out whether, I would be trying to investigate to try to put together charges. But that was like new for me. I wasn't there before that. As far as Merrick Garland goes, I mentioned, I think earlier, this New York Times report that came out. it was brutal. I mean, it basically said that the head officials at DOJ were shocked by what they were jolted by what Hutchinson said. It was a total surprise to them and no idea. And they rarely discuss Trump's liability. It was like a kind of
Yeah.
a subject over there. So I don't know. I mean, if I was gonna guess before I read that, I might have said, maybe it's a 50-50 thing. I think it's less than that. If I had to bet now, I'd probably say 20%. Yeah. Depends on what else comes out. But it seems to me very much like the committee's going ahead of DOJ. And really, they're the ones who are they're trying to force.
Wait. Why do you put the number so low? Why?
Well, all right. So there's two categories of issues. One is there enough evidence to charge? It's not the slam dunk that a lot of BS artists on Twitter make it out to be. Okay, and those people, frankly, are deceiving the public, in my opinion. They're deceiving all of you. Everyone who's watching this who follows people who are telling you, it's so easy to indict Big Trump, are they're a bunch of BS artists who want to get your clicks. In my opinion, they know some of them are ignorant, but most of them just know better. In my opinion, so I think it's a close call. But for somebody like me, the way I'm looking at it purely is, do you have the evidence to win? Because I don't see any point in bringing a case that you're going to win. It's going to be tough enough to beat. Don't forget, there like a lot of people in the country voted for him, and one of them could be on your jury. So you really have to have the goods on the guy, or you're going to get a hung jury. So to me, I'm not like, I was sort of like, well, do we sure we got him? Like to me, it was a challenge, but okay, maybe we're there. But for Merrick Garland, I think the way he's thinking about it, based on the article I saw, is more like, does it make sense to do this? Is this going to hurt the country too much? The idea being that, like, hey, we've got the next president his administration indicting the prior president. I will say my view on it, Brooklyn Dad, like literally I wrote a column in Politico 4 days after the election, like November 10th, I think, or something, based last year of 2020, saying, let's have a special counsel do this. I think that would have been the cleanest way to do it. Just have a special counsel.
We had a special counsel before.
Yeah,
granted,
and that special counsel
Trump.
That special counsel actually, frankly, he did a pretty good job. He came out and testified, I have these crimes that I could charge him with. If he left office, I could charge him with those crimes. I mean, I don't blame that guy for doing that. That guy came out. He got a lot of stuff done. He convicted a lot of people and put out a report that's like, I got evidence of multiple crimes against Trump. Now, I will say, some people may be upset because he didn't say I will charge him, but he didn't. I understand what he was trying to do. I mean, to me, at least, he was very aggressive out front. So that's my opinion. And so I think if I was the judge, to me, if you're attorney general, the first thing you have to do, and I said this in a thread I wrote yesterday on Twitter, is grapple with that. Like, there's evidence in the Mueller report. Should we indict Trump for that? Like, that's well established. Mueller thought he had the goods. Shouldn't you explain to the public one way or the other what you're doing with that? So they haven't, right? They haven't done anything with that. They're just letting the statutes of limitations expire on those crimes. So I think I'm being blunt with you. I just don't. I think that their concern is that. And I think there are serious concerns with indicting, because it's going to cause a complete firestorm, right? I mean, it is going to be, in some ways, it'll create Trump will say I'm being attacked, and try to make him out to be a martyr. But to me, it's all the more reason to do it in a very open, transparent way. And the sense I got from that New York Times article yesterday, and it could be the New York Times is wrong, but based on their reporting, and they're very good reporters, the people who wrote it, it seemed like basically the Justice Department's attitude was like, let's not get anywhere close to Trump or talking about Trump liability, unless the evidence is like clearly leading us there. And so they're working from these people at the very bottom, and they're working their way up from those bozos that we saw today, who are like, I got caught with my cell phone in the Capitol, and they're trying to work their way up to Donald Trump. And if they ever do, it's going to take years. Biden won't be president anymore. But in any event, it didn't seem to me like any urgency to figure that out. That's my based on.
Well, I do appreciate I appreciate your bluntness and your honesty with me. It's a bitter pill to swallow, and so for my own sake, I'm gonna pretend as though what you said is just your opinion, and
I hope so. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, man. But it is what it is. I'm just being real with
no,
you.
no,
I
no.
just think I do want to be real with folks because I think expectations get set up. I don't know if
Yeah,
you were on Twitter before the Mueller report came out, right? Weren't there
yeah,
a lot of
yeah.
people on Twitter like, oh, he's going down. Some grand conspiracy is going to take everyone down. And did that
I thought
happen?
I thought it was going down. I
Okay,
honestly did,
I
and
wrote
I
it,
was
and
really upset.
I wrote an article in Time Magazine before it came out, and I said the Mueller report's going to disappoint everybody. And I meant what I meant by that was it's going to disappoint the Republicans because it's going to show that he obstructed things, but it's not. It's going to upset all the people on my side of the aisle who think that this report's going to take down everyone in some conspiracy with Russia. That wasn't going to happen either. But I think here, I'm concerned because I think that people, we talked earlier about how people think the justice system works, and the reality is that people hire me to represent them, and I spend many years uh, working opposite of the Justice Department, and it takes a long time to investigate, and when they're sophisticated, it can be challenging for the Justice Department to make a case. It's not impossible. Okay, thousands of people are charged every year, but most of them are people who participate in the sort of bread and butter crimes that the Justice Department prosecutes all the time. Everything from guns to drugs to bank robbery. Prosecuting CEOs a little harder. Prosecuting presidents hasn't happened yet. We'll see.
So, okay, you're right. It hasn't happened yet. And you know what also hadn't happened until a year ago was a president attempting, like, trying to pull off a coup.
I
So,
agree.
I mean, we're in when you have unprecedented uh events, you have to take unprecedented action to prevent that from happening again. And I hear what you're saying. I know prosecutors, they tend to not want to take a case unless they know they can convict. You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
so um
No one likes to lose. Brooklyn
but
dad. No one likes to lose.
if I feel like if we don't convict Trump, I don't mean just arrest and indict and prosecute. I mean, if we don't convict him, I am concerned for the future of our country because again, this was a blatant coup and it was kind of coordinated by a bumbling cast of knuckleheads and morons. And I think this will end up being, as many people have said in the past, it'll end up being like a test run, and well, we did this wrong, we got to do this one better, we got to do this and that, and the next person who comes along, whether it's a Ron DeSantis or whomever,
Right.
if they're able to put their pieces together and line their ducks up in a row, we'll end up with a coup that is done properly and there will be no consequences and we'll be in a full-blown I don't know, dictatorship or whatever.
So I guess I share your concern about the danger of Trump. I mean, I don't disagree with you at all. In fact, I actually think one thing that people don't pay enough attention to is that Trump was totally ineffective at what he did. I mean, that guy was like incompetent. Thank goodness, because I
Yeah.
do think if you have a Ron DeSantis or JD Vance, any of these people that came in, if they were president, Josh Hawley, people were actually like very savvy, but are just completely unprincipled and willing to say or do anything for power. Like, oh my goodness, like where we could be. Because Trump just was ham-handed and foolish and ineffective in how he went about this. But somebody much more savvy about it could have done it in a different way. So I do think that's one thing. Regarding the thing regarding Trump being convicted and all of that, So here's what I would say about it. First of all, prosecutors don't usually take on prosecutions because they're like, well, I got to prosecute this guy because he's so evil. Like it's like we have like horror movies and it's like, oh my god, the alien is like so evil. We've got to do whatever it takes. We've got to blow up the station. That's not how prosecutors are wired. And not only that, but it's not how the rules work and not how the system is supposed to work. In fact, considerations about political consequences or other societal consequences are not really supposed to your decision on the evidence. Like, well, I don't have enough evidence to win, but I'm going to bring this case anyway because, like, hey, we have a 10% shot of, whatever. It's like these people who go back in time machine, like, let's kill baby Hitler or something. It's like okay, it's like, oh my God, we have a 10% chance of taking down Trump. We have a 10% chance. Like, that's not how the system is worked. I mean, the way the system works is, okay, do you have enough evidence to convict? And if you don't charge. That's how the Justice Department policies are. If you look in the Justice Manual, and usually that's the right call because I'm going to tell you this, some people may disagree with me, but there's a lot of unethical prosecutors, and
There's a lot of what?
Unethical prosecutors out there, and there are also prosecutors who maybe, whether they're ethical or not, they exercise bad judgment. And I have been on the opposite side of prosecutors who did not use their discretion well. I represented a man who was innocent, and I beat the Justice Department at trial. Absolutely, 100%. And you don't want the Justice Department to have the power to charge people who they don't have the evidence to prove their charges, just to harass them or just to make their lives difficult. Because when you get charged with a crime, it can ruin your life whether you are found guilty or not. So it's a good overall policy, but it doesn't fit my point is the heroics that people are expecting. Like, hey, well, if they don't have the evidence, just charge them. Let's figure it out. Everything, we just have to do it for the good of the country. Like, that's not how the Justice Department, first of all, their policies are written, but that's not how those prosecutors. They're going to be like, look, the question is, do we have it? But then on top of that, with Garland and his crew, I think there's another element, which is like, is this the right thing for the country? And I know I saw one of the commentators.
That's a political consideration, right?
Well, one of the commentators who's watching today said, one of the listeners is like, hey, charging Trump's going to be bad. It would be worse not to. I don't necessarily disagree with it. But I just tell one thing that happens sometimes, people ask me, what will Garland do? And then they get mad at me for what I say. I'm not telling you I would do that. I'm not Attorney General. Okay, I'm just a guy who is practicing law and is taking some time to give thoughts. But I'm just telling you what I think Garland's going to do based on what I think. And if you don't like it, take it up with Merrick Garland. But he's a guy who's a judge for 20 years. I don't see him as like an aggressive dude.
Do you think Merrick Garland catches too much flack?
Yeah.
He gets he's unfairly criticized.
100%. And it's because of what I told you before about the people on Twitter. So here's what's happening. Most people here, they're like, I'm not a lawyer, but there's somebody who's a legal analyst on CNN or MSNBC who tells me this is an open and shut case. This is easy. We got him.
I've seen that.
So am I. I'm on TV. I'm like, man, this is like total BS. Like, I mean, does this person really believe this? Some of these people who are saying this have never tried a case of live, okay? But others have, and there's just a thing where, I don't know. People tend to want to believe things. I'm not going to look into their mind, but I don't know where they're coming from. I mean, it's one thing for me to say like, okay, I think there's enough, this and that, and like, but it's another thing to be like, oh, simple, easy. Day one of the hearings, oh yeah, they got him. There's so many crimes. They're just, I don't know what Justice Department's doing. Well, if you have that attitude, if that's what you think, well, of course, Garland's just sitting on his butt, like not prosecuting these obvious crimes in front of him. But that's not the case. However, I am critical. I wrote a Twitter thread yesterday, critical of the man and what they were doing, because I think being cautious, being careful, being prudent about it is all. But you can't. What I read in the article yesterday is like they're ignoring. They're not looking. Like there's clearly enough to like aggressively investigate this matter, and that bothers me, because basically they're giving him a free pass. Sure
Mhm.
sounds like they are. Why did they talk to Hutchinson before these people? It's bizarre. Just if a bunch of politicians at a committee weren't going to talk to her, were you going to not explore the matter? Like it's just bizarre to me what Justice Department's doing there. So I think there's legitimate criticism, but a lot of the stuff that I see on the internet.
Renato, I gotta say, well, it's time for me to go to sleep because I got up at
Yeah, you're
four
like
o'clock
half
in the
asleep.
morning for this.
Yeah, no
Um,
kidding. 5 in the
but
morning or something. Yeah.
dude, I so greatly appreciate your expertise, your very straightforwardness, and your energy. Really, I think you're a fantastic guest here, and I would love if you come back next week to do the next January 6th hearing.
Well, I'll see if I can make it. I'd love to do it because, frankly,
Pencil us in, buddy. Pencil us in.
well, I appreciate it. I'll tell you what, you've been a real
Yeah.
pleasure, and you represent a lot of people. To me, Brooklyn Dad, what makes you so popular is you represent a whole wave of people who are trying to take this country back and trying to make sure that we have an America that is not only lawful but it's inclusive and it represents everyone. So I appreciate what you're doing, and hopefully, I haven't just gotten you too dispirited.
Thank you again, Renato, and thank all of you for joining us in today's January 6th. Oh, I should be looking here. In today's January 6th hearing. And thank you for your comments, your feedback, and I look forward to seeing you at the next one. Same channel. If you have not yet hit the like button, smash that button. Make sure you subscribe and hit the notification icon so you know when we go live. And until the next one, peace.
Have a good one.